Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call to order this workshop meeting. Declaration of a quorum, we have 7 members present. Item C is hearing of citizens. We have no one signed up to speak at this meeting. So that's going to move us to item D. And I'm going to open our public hearing, and we're going to receive a presentation related to the CSISD TAPER report for the 24-25 school year. Ms. Hendrick?
Good evening, Ms. Higgy and Dr. Harkrider, school board members. I'm here this evening for our public hearing on the Texas Academic Performance Report TAPER for 24-25. So it is from last year's data, and some of the data, as you'll see, is actually from 2 years ago. This report is an annual requirement. We're going to go over academic performance, some financial references, staff programs, as well as demographics. This is a very long report. In it is included our district performance on STAR, attendance rates, dropout, graduation information, as well as college readiness. We will also look at the district profile for student information, as well as demographics, staff information, and the programs that those students are in. In addition to TAPER, we are asked to reference our PEAMS financial standard reports, which Ms. Wilson has covered in multiple different sessions, as we're also looking ahead. Our district is an accredited district. Our campus performance objectives were shared at the September meeting with our campus improvement plans and that presentation. Our special education does meet requirements for their determination status. Report on violent and criminal incidents we've done, student performance in post-secondary institutions, and as well as progress with House Bill 3 goals. For our House Bill 3 goals, you've seen that multiple times. That's grade 3 reading, grade 3 math, as well as CCMR. You've seen it multiple times, including big presentations in September, and we'll also kind of reference it this evening. So the components that we're going to cover tonight is we're going to go over STAR, the post-secondary readiness, staff and student demographics, and then where this information is shared publicly. Beginning with our STAR results. So we're just going to stay at the umbrella view. Grades 3 through 8 reading, and this is at the approaches passing level, and this is all STAR, including Spanish, English, STAR alternate 2 where applicable. You'll see that for each grade 3 through 8, we are above the state. State is in blue, College Station in red. Next, we go to 3 through 8 mathematics, again at the approaches level. You'll see once again that we are above the state in each area. Keep in mind that with our 7th graders, we have only about half of our students taking on grade level 7 due to our advanced mathematics program. Then we move to 5 and 8 science and grade 8 social studies, once again above the state in all areas. Then for STAR, we're going to finish up with the end of course. They take this test as they take the course. So in the Algebra 1, we do have multiple middle school students in those calculations. And once again, you'll see we're above the state. For post-secondary readiness, we have 1,005 students in the class of 2024. That is a year behind because we're still collecting data for the class of 2025. Our 4-year graduation rate was 95.9, well above the state. Our annual dropout rate, you have to reverse your mentality. You'd like a 0% dropout, where we're at 2% of high school students dropping out, while the state is at almost 6. And then college, career, and military readiness. This is the class of 2024. We were at 71.7%, which is below the state. It's an area that this district has been working on. And in that entire time of effort that we put towards it, our indicators and what we can qualify for CCMR continue to change. And then we move to advanced dual credit AP college readiness type indicators. For our advanced dual credit completion, we are a little below the state, but I want to move ahead to our AP graduates. Our AP graduates are very strong. You can see there we're well above the state with 34.7% of our graduates having some kind of AP credit when they graduate. 63% of our students are considered college ready, and again, those are the indicators in the accountability manual with the CCMR indicators. TSI graduates, we're pretty even with the state, but more of our students take SAT and ACT. We want to highlight our advanced program here at College Station ISD. It's an amazing program with 34% of our 11th and 12th graders having participated in some form of an AP exam. It's well above the state. I also broke it down into subjects so you can see by subject what our percentages are of those students participating. And the highlight for me is that 86.1% of those students who take an AP exam for College Station ISD meet the criteria. An excellent passing rate, well above the state. For SAT and ACT participation, we have 65% of the students who have taken SAT. We give those on the campus levels. They register for them with 64% of them at or above criteria, which is well above the state. Our average score for the SAT also well above the state, and ACT as well. Then we're going to move to staff and student profiles. As of snapshot of October 24, we have 14,268 students enrolled. Our overall attendance rate for 23-24 was 95%. This was our student population of those 14 plus students by race ethnicity. See each of the categories in percentage. For special populations, the percentage of students in economically disadvantaged, emergent bilinguals, it's English as second language students at risk, special education, 504, dyslexia, and gifted and talented. Now we're going to move to staff. For 24-25, we had 2,060 staff members, and you can see the breakdown of teachers and other roles within the district there. As far as a teacher profile, we had 961 total teachers, with 29% of them holding an advanced degree. As far as their years of experience, it's broken down here by their years experience, as well as our turnover rate. All of these results for the big district College Station ISD report, as well as each individual campus, are being posted on our website. The reports just came in December 18th, so that's a lot of downloading and uploading. The district report is there, and we're in the process. They could be there anytime tonight, but they'll be there. With that, I will take any public comment or questions.
I can't recall on CCMR, is some of that data hard to track because it's after they leave, or is this just the metrics that we are able to capture?
That is a great question because a lot of it is after the fact. And so like our class of 2025 that graduated back in May, we are still collecting data on as far as college readiness and where they go. There's a level 1 or 2 that the college can give them when they enroll, which we don't know till way after the fact. There still is the military readiness indicator, but we have to have their DD4 form and we have to redact it. And we're still collecting those well after they had left us in May.
So I would imagine it's difficult to track all of that when they're no longer part of the district.
Absolutely. You have to depend on their loyalty to College Station ISD and coming back to us to share that documentation with it. It can't be just a verbal phone call. It needs to be documentation, such as the DD form for military.
I can tell you from experience, those are a giant pain to acquire.
Yes, sir, they are.
Can I ask another quick question along those lines? Because one of the areas we're below the state is some of the, like the dual credit programs and maybe on some of the, how is that affecting our CCMR, right, on the college and career readiness and maybe on the SAT part as well? Are those areas that either the state is not really measuring things in a way that we think is appropriate, or is it a place that we have an opportunity to do better? Does that make sense?
And you have to remember with CCMR, you have a student that has 11 opportunities for us to get credit for, but so many of those students get areas of multiple credit, multiple indicators. We don't give bonus credit for them. Um,
We've been more heavy here historically with College Station with AP courses than dual credit. This last year, we added, Tiffany, we had 2 different dual credit courses this last year. Yeah. So we are continuing to work with Blend on potential other offerings for kids.
Which would be one of those 11 things that would help with college.
It could, and it just give kids other options that maybe are a little concerned about taking AP to pass the test versus taking dual credit and getting credit for the course, not just on one test. Yeah.
Are we going to go through the teacher turnover slides separately, or is that part of?
Yeah, separately, once you've got to have any more questions
Thank
for
you.
Sherry.
I will say thank you. Like you mentioned, these reports are, there's so much information when you look at those blue and white pieces of paper, but to have it, I don't know if they help you put that in this summary or if you do all this work, but it helps so much to have it, summarized like this.
Okay.
So, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Any other questions from the board? All right, I'm going to close this public hearing.
We're just going to walk through some teacher turnover slides for you.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Harkrider, Ms. Iggy, the board. We do have some slides to show you guys, I think. What just happened? There we go. All right, so looking at teacher turnover, so just to kind of give an overview of what these terms mean. Teacher turnover, of course, are the number of teachers that are no longer employed in the district compared to the previous year, whereas retention is the number of teachers who remain in the district. So when you look at teacher turnover, it does include teachers who leave the district for any reason, or if they move into non-teaching roles. So when you're looking at TAPER and TAPER's definition of teacher turnover, TAPER looks at our data from snapshot to snapshot. So the snapshot date, our fall snapshot, is the last Friday in October. So they look at, for example, the FTE count of teachers from the fall of 23-24 and looking at those same teachers if they returned or not the following school year. When you look at staff classification or role IDs, that's with PEIMS. Teachers are PEIMS 087. For whatever reason, TAPER also includes role ID 047, which is substitutes, more in line with the permanent or long-term sub, and we do not count that in as a district when we are looking at turnover. We also, when we are calculating our turnover, don't include retirees. So this just gives an overview of teacher turnover from year to year. If I could bring everyone's attention, really kind of looking at the standout is COVID 2020, 2021. So looking at the last 4 years, if you take a look at this, you can see our turnover rate. But to get a better view of what that is or understanding of what that is, if you look at that column, that's the turnover count. It shows you the number of teachers who left the district or changed assignments in those respective years. So you can see 2021, 22, 140 teachers. And then it increased another 50 teachers in 22, 23. And then in 23, 24, there was actually a decrease in the number of teachers. It went down to 177. And then this last school year, 195. I don't know what the point .7 is. I don't know what point .7 of a person is, but you can see how it increased in 24, 25.
Can I ask one thing on that? Because that was
Yes.
new to me, that that data point then, when we're looking
Sorry.
at that number, it's coming.
How do I get back?
Oh.
Sorry. I was going to go back to that
But
slide.
just, when I'm looking at that number, you're saying it was from the previous year, so, 23, 24 October.
Yes.
Until really October of 24.
Yes.
Okay, it's not the whole school year that.
And so it's from snapshot date to snapshot date, which is when all of that PEMS data is collected by the state from every district.
And this number includes retirees and long-term subs. The one you showed
Yes,
us.
for taper, yes. So this is just graphically, if you look at teacher turnover from year to year, how College Station ISD compares to both the state and Region 6. You can see that it goes back several years where the state, or where we were below both the state and Region 6 average. And then in the last couple of years, you can see where we were still below region and state until the 24-25 school year, but it's still a really close in alignment with the state. And then something else that we thought was interesting is looking at teacher retention by years of experience. So if you look, green is our teachers who enter the profession and leave within 1 year, as compared to our more veteran teachers. If you start to look at the purple and that kind of gold above that, or tan, our teachers, our more veteran teachers historically stay in the profession longer. And we talk about, if a teacher can make it past the first 5 years, then you've got them. And we can definitely see that one of the areas that we have to look at is how we retain those new teachers coming in, whether that be the support they get on the campus level, at that first year. And I think for us, a lot of it is making sure that that support goes beyond just that first year that they are in the classroom. I was sharing with Cabinet that one of the questions that we get overwhelmingly when we go to job fairs, and it doesn't matter what university we're at, you're going over and over again, we answer the question of what supports are in place in the district for first year teachers. So you're looking at mentoring, having instructional coaches on campus. But in our current climate, I think we have to go beyond just having mentor support. When you start to think about mental health issues, and that's very prevalent, we have to look at how we're going to provide support beyond just how do I plan a lesson, how do I deal with classroom management, but providing support in addition to that on just how to manage the day to day. So that's year over year. And then this shows our district-wide average overlaid with that years of experience. So any questions?
You mentioned long-term subs, and I don't know if you know the numbers. Is a large percent of them retired teachers, former teachers, or
That
is
are long-term subs?
yeah, I know a lot of teachers will sometimes get the itch and want to come back and sub.
We do have a good number of our sub pool are teachers who have retired, who will come back and sub. Most of them, though, don't enter into long-term sub, because that once they get beyond 20 days, it could impact their after retirement pay, so they can't exceed a certain limit. But we do have several retirees who come back and sub in the
So are
district.
the long-term, and I'm asking out of ignorance, are
Mhm.
long-term subs made up of everything? You got aspiring teachers and people who are looking for work, or I'm just
Yes.
curious. Yeah, all the
Yes.
above.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be an inconsistent number too. Like you may
Mhm.
pick up a long-term sub for a teacher who's having a baby, and the next year you may work, and there may not be a long-term sub available that you get into, and so you're eliminated out of that number if that's the case.
And so the state says long-term subs and retirees don't matter in retention. It's all the same.
Yes, they count those.
Yeah, so I appreciate this is helpful. Thank you. The overview is helpful. I mean, obviously the data point that feels most concerning is the increase in the teacher turnover. I went back and looked at old taper reports and they were called something else before taper. I don't remember wasn't as clever as a initial, so I don't recall it. But this was the first year since 2010, so the first year in 15 years that our turnover was higher than the state average. And then I also noticed that in our peer group of district peers that we use, 10 of the 12, the turnover went down from last year, and ours was one of only 2 that went up. Why do we think we're the anomaly of those other districts that are sort of like us? And also, what do we think is driving our not great performance against the state average for the first time in 15 years?
Yeah, there's no one answer. There's a lot of, factors that teachers lead the profession for. Some of those we don't have any control over and some that do. So I think from our standpoint, anytime we have a metric that's not meeting our expectations, then we want to dig in and do what we can, obviously, to improve that, whether that's teacher turnover, whether that's student performance. So our goal is to get out, we'll survey administrators, teachers, get some feedback. We're also, Ms. Leifer has some experience on our cabinet visits in the spring. She's went out in the district before, and we'll do that this year to be a little bit more scripted and what they call stay interviews. So you visit with staff members that stay with you, and why are they staying? And then what factors potentially that we can control here that may be driving folks out? What changes could we make? Obviously, looking at the data points, your early year teachers is problematic from a standpoint of we've got a mentor program, but they seem to be leaving more often. Across the state, teachers that enter the profession, 41% are leaving in years 1 through 5. So our numbers are similar. So why? And I think those are questions and concerns. We've come up with some ideas potentially that principals meeting with their first year teachers on their campus next year, maybe once a month, as just a check-in. It's no training, it's no anything, just having a conversation and building relationships with those groups.
Could we maybe see turnover numbers per campus at some point, or retention?
We have those. I'll be able to share it to you in a separate email if that's okay.
I mean, I like the discussion of trying to find out underlying reasons for it. I mean, we also, another piece of information is the exit surveys. Have we been doing exit surveys on folks and kind of compiling, summarizing some of that data?
Yeah, we do exit surveys. Panay's idea, and I agree, is probably a little bit to do the stay interviews of what's keeping our folks here. What's the hook to keep them there? And we look for one-offs on exit interviews of if there's a common theme of why people are leaving, or if there's a particular campus that the turnover rate seems higher than normal without a leadership change. And so I think it's just us digging into that data and having conversations and making adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, and Mr. Mann's on the front row there. The man has been doing a whole lot of summary data information with AI and being able to, take some of that information and consolidate it into maybe something that could be some meaningful feedback for us. And
Yeah, we've got data broken down. Jeff has done it by comparable districts, by campus percentages, campuses compared to state average, district retention by years of experience all the way up. So we have all of that we
got a
can
lot
share.
of it.
The other thing I noticed was that our new teacher numbers are really, really high, beginning teachers, that 0 years of experience. which I was surprised. It feels like when we're losing these teachers, we're not backfilling with experience. I noticed that we were twice the state average this year in number of beginning teachers, which is about 3 times our district peers. Are we having trouble finding experienced teachers compared to our district peers?
I think just nationwide, finding experienced teachers is an issue. I can tell you that being in, like, always living in this area, having Texas A&M in our backyard has been a huge, huge asset to having those teachers available that are graduating and ready to stay here. But I can tell you that when we go out to job fairs, we go in the fall and in the spring. In the fall, we have folks that are graduating in December, and although we will collect upwards of 100 resumes, a lot of those folks have already accepted positions, but that is definitely one of our largest pools. But when it comes down to having experienced, most of those folks are going to be people who are moving to the area for some reason or other. So I mean, just by nature, we're getting those more inexperienced teachers because they're our pipeline from A&M and from Sam Houston.
Yeah, and campuses, I mean, when they have multiple positions open and multiple people that apply, we don't micromanage who principals hire, so they have the discretion to hire an experienced teacher, inexperienced, whatever they want to do.
But doesn't it seem a little odd that, I mean, it's not a new number. I want to be clear. Historically, we've been at about 3.7% beginning teachers to the state average of 8. This year, we were 14% zero-year teachers to the state average of 7. So this isn't, I understand, obviously Texas A&M is here, but feels like a tremendous, I mean, 4 times what our last 10-year average has been. That means, unless I'm misunderstanding, we've gone from about 1 of every 20 teachers is a zero-year teacher to about 1 of every 7. And that's just in the last 12 months.
Bridget, can we run number on applications per year with years of experience?
Yes, we could get that
Okay.
information.
We'll get that.
That feels like that was a significant piece of information that stood out.
I think part of that, I mean, my wife's been in the district for 10 years, and what I would tell you, just, I don't want to give you percentages, but part of what you're seeing is we hire a lot of people out of A&M, right? They've been student teachers here, so we get young teachers. Most people who live in this community are 18 to 21 or 30, 35 plus. So in order for them usually to meet somebody, this is not a community to do that. So I don't know how many, again, not numbers, more anecdotal, but a lot of my wife's coworkers have gone to other districts, to larger cities, in hopes of meeting more people in their age demographic. So, and then you look at the national average, right, where you're seeing people leave teaching at a drastic rate ever since COVID, then you're going to have to hire teachers with less experience because they're getting out of the industry. So again, I don't know numbers.
That would play out across the whole state, right? Where it's not unique to us.
Well, yeah, but you pick, I mean, there's 1,000 plus districts, so I don't know that we're
I
entirely
think
unique.
something that's unique to us is affordability in College Station since COVID. The cost of living here is extremely high compared to surrounding areas. Our teacher pay scales, if surrounding areas, if you get anywhere around the Houston area, is not touching that market. So they're not going to come to College Station for a job unless they're wanting to be in College Station to retire. So I think that's a factor as well.
In some of the information, for long-term planning, when you generate the report for the number of candidates based on experience, is it possible for you to just look back at the fall and for core content openings, how many applications maybe we had for a particular position? Let's say one of our high schools we had a biology position posted. Could you retroactively see, you should be able to see how many people applied for that
We can
vacancy?
see, yes.
I'm just curious what our our candidate pool looks like, because I know it's becoming more challenging. I'm just curious, since we're having this conversation, if that might be a piece of information that would benefit some of our efforts, or focus some efforts also.
And I think Dr. Harkrider touched on one of the challenging things that not a lot of people like to talk about is classroom behavior since COVID, of what we're seeing with kids and how they react to social interactions and driving maybe young, inexperienced teachers who aren't ready for that. Maybe they were great in school, but getting in the classroom is a whole different experience, and I think that's a genuine challenge for teachers. As my wife will say, it is the most rewarding job she's ever had. It's also the most challenging job she's ever had.
Yeah, there are a lot of factors that we can't control, but I think what I heard about us needing to focus in on our newer teachers and how to support them and how to mentor them and give them what they need to help them grow and want to stay as a teacher. I mean, I think that's really key in all of this, because we can't know why every number looks the way that it does right now, and there are lots of challenges, but we are at the doorstep of A&M, and we are going to get those new teachers walking in the door, those that want to stay here. And so I'm really zeroing in on what you said. I think that's an important thing for us to be looking at as a district.
One more comment, because this does concern me. I mean, we sit and go through everything and look at how we're above the state in so many metrics, through the taper, but then, and to have this one not be, is something I think, it is concerning. I'm also even a little more concerned tonight, because I realize that this is quite old data. It is for more than a year ago, if you're explaining, right? It was between October 2023 to 2024, so we don't know what's been happening for more than a year now. Right? That's why I was clarifying with the retention part specifically, even though even though we're saying 24, 25, the taper report is measuring from a snapshot of October of
Of
23. So it's
2020, that example was 2023. I think maybe that's,
Say it again.
but I think the example that I was talking about when I was looking at the definition, but our taper, like the percentage that you see, was looking at the number of teachers in October of 2024, and then what number of those same teachers were in our district this past October 2025.
Okay, so this taper has June, or SA, it has our test scores from May, but it has this October 2025. Okay, so I will hold my brief.
There's the efficiency of the state, Kim.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised they got it to us that soon, so thank you.
So can you talk a little bit more about, I was probably a little less clear. This is my fault. I apologize. But like, what exactly are we doing? I heard surveys, but we did thought exchange in the fall with teachers. I read back through that this last couple of days, and that had a fairly considerable amount of feedback. I don't know what we've done with that feedback. Unfortunately, one of the feedbacks was too many surveys. So I'm a little hesitant that the answer is now to go do more surveys. But can we be, the challenge of a taper report like this is we won't really know if our numbers have gotten better or worse for another 12 months. And that feels like an awfully long time to hope for the best. And I know that you mentioned in September, Dr. Harkrider, that you expected the turnover to be even less this year. You mentioned a 10% figure in September.
I don't remember.
Well, expecting it to be even better. You were referencing the last 2 years.
Yeah,
So are
we
we
would
still
hope. I mean, that's everything that we do. We want to improve. So yeah, we never are going to anticipate we're going to drop.
sure?
Yeah.
But outside of anticipation, what are our actual concrete plans for ensuring that we're taking the surveys we've done, we're listening, and we're gonna make this number better than it is so that we're not below the state average again
I think
next
you
year?
just outlined the steps we're going to take. Survey, have conversations, take action.
So we already did one survey 2 months ago.
Yeah, I'm talking specific
This is
survey to
specific to-
retention, not a
yeah.
generic survey.
Okay.
Yeah, not an overarching. We want to dig in specifically into the retention piece.
And then the teacher advisory committee, how often is that meeting?
Yeah, last year we met 2 times, maybe 3. This year we're going to meet in the spring. We're going to talk about teacher retention. We're going to talk about staff development, and we're going to talk about curriculum plans moving forward.
Okay. Well, I would love for that to, I don't know the exact metrics, so I'll figure it out before the next meeting, but getting more frequent than annual reports on this feels important. So however, I'll figure out the exact protocol, but I would love to make sure we're continuing to be informed on exactly what is happening on a month-to-month or quarterly basis, just so we're not waiting a year to get this information.
Well, HR has information anytime we process a separation, we track the resignations that we receive or separations from month to month, the departments where those separations are coming from, the reason for the separation, whether that be someone who's resigned or if they have retired. So we do have that information in HR. Anytime Dr. Harkrider, if Austin reaches out to us and needs to know what our separations look like or resignations look like, we have that information from month to month.
This is state data, right? And we're also talking, because we have that, just talking about annual contracts for teachers.
Sure.
So they would have to break contract for them to pop up on those numbers for just teachers, if that's what we're talking about.
Right.
That's, I was going to say, one of the challenges is, yes, we may have certain circumstances that pop up during the year where somebody leaves, but the majority of this is an annual thing. And so we really don't know in January what our turnover rate is going to look like going into next school year.
That's why they use the snapshot data, so it's an apples to apples comparison.
Right. But I mean, just from a perspective of asking as a board, there's going to be limited information, I would think, that you could give us because most people are not leaving in the middle of the year. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, but I mean, the things we can measure are like, we have a teacher advisory committee and it hasn't met since last year. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, we don't meet just to meet. Yeah, we had
Sure.
a lot of other different things that we did this fall, and we were setting up the spring because the big conversation piece is the curriculum spot.
Yeah,
Now,
but
obviously, with teacher retention rate, there's another step that we could take.
Well, TAC, as I understand it too, was primarily to deal with discipline, was it not? I don't remember.
Just to give feedback, yeah, we talked a variety of topics last year in a couple of different meetings, and just trying to get a feel for teachers to be able to have a voice.
Also, you mentioned surveys. The new platform we have is so much more robust than the surveys we've been doing in the past. And it is going to provide us with takes the data and gives us some plans and what to do with it. So I think we have a more powerful tool to capture information like you're wanting from teachers and to see the why.
yeah, and I mean, I read through the thought exchange survey from November and it's a ton of great information. I think the challenge is, what are we doing with that information? How are we using it to move forward? I mean, one of the key, things that came out of that was that we had lumped campus admin and central office together. I think we talked about that a couple of board meetings ago. And that was a theme throughout the AI summary on each of the questions on thought exchange. The last thing I'll say is it's probably annoying maybe to people, but I don't think we can overstate why it matters when when turnover rate is relative to the state, the worst it's been in 15 years, why it's important now to listen to teachers. I mean, on that thought exchange, listen to them even more than we have. On the thought exchange, the question that we did the worst on was the district and school leadership involving staff in meaningful decision-making processes. So only 39% of teachers agreed or strongly agreed that that was the case. And so I think there's clear evidence across the various numbers that we have that teachers probably aren't feeling like they're part of these important conversations. And so it's great to talk to them and do exit interviews, and it's great to do stay interviews. But it's going to be important that we are doing something, because otherwise I'm afraid we'll be having the same conversation in a year.
Chris, to answer your question about what we're doing with the thought exchange survey that was conducted in the fall, if you recall, when we presented that information, the strategy district-wide that is then taken down to the campus level is to do a general district survey, push into the campuses. And so Melanie and I have met with, I think, almost all of the principals on their specific campus data to dig into asking those follow-up questions. You mentioned talking about the difference between district and campus admin decision-making processes and how to understand that. Those are all details that we're working out directly with the campus leaders who are closest to those teachers. And so that's the process that's being moved forward with that data. Now, does it happen open in the public all the time? No, but it is that process that was presented originally is currently moving forward. All those principles are being charged and encouraged and supported by the communications department to do at least one of those exchanges that we showed you, to ask a follow-up question, work with our guiding coalitions to try to understand their specific campus data, try to understand how to increase the survey participation. All of those things are being worked out currently at the campus level with the support of the district. And then even to that point, several of our campuses have already started using the platform on their own to survey students, parents, staff on some of the more specific data points that they want to talk to, or just to work into their normal rhythm. So does that answer your question about
Yeah, I
kind of
think
where
it
we're
does.
moving forward with that?
I think so, yeah. I mean, using Thought Exchange for those kind of follow-ups feels like a way to not have to wait for a year to get that feedback loop from turnover. So that's a perfect example of, being able to ask those questions. I thought the AI summary was very clear in places where there was some opportunities, but we have to actually, follow up and get clarity on what those opportunities are, and then report back so that we see that we're either making headway, people are feeling more heard, they are feeling more valued. It feels hard to recognize exactly what it is that's happening without clearer data, which I know is what we're seeking. But I did feel like if anyone wants to, I mean, those are all online, right? Anyone that's watching this or listening can go read through those. But I mean, I thought those were pretty telling on some of the gaps we have, even without some of the specificity of the questions. I still thought the AI summary was pretty clear from where people probably filled in the blank.
Sorry. I think I can speak for all of us when I say that not a single one of us are wanting any of our educators to leave the district or quit teaching, right? And it's important for us to retain those teachers because it's pertinent to not only the families and the students, but our community as a whole. So it sounds like we're digging and we're using the right programs to get the data and the whys, but now it's tackling the solutions. And I think Austin said it right when he said, we're not going to see all of that all the time. And the public's not going to see that all the time because sometimes that's a campus thing that has to be worked out. And then I think it gets up to the district when it needs to follow the chain of command.
I was just going to say that I think we have a lot of really hardworking teachers and administrators and staff throughout this district. And as we look at numbers, sometimes it's hard, right? And sometimes there is a year where a number doesn't go the way that we would like for it to. But there's always so many factors that are a part of that. When I look at the fact that I mean, historically, yes, we've been below the state average. We've been below the Region 6 average. So I would just like to put a little bit out there that there's still a lot of great things that have been happening in this district. And I would like to say, let's just consider that when we're talking about wanting good data, this data right here, as Ms. Cooper has just described to us, it includes a lot of things that we can't really put in there as hey, this is good data, because it includes things like long-term subs. It includes our retirees. And so I know that I would be more concerned at looking at a different turnover rate, like that is actually calculated by our district, that's actually showing us, are our teachers still here? Are they here, but they've moved into a different position? Those kind of things are relevant too. So I'm not saying we don't need to have some work in this area. I'm not saying that we don't need to do surveys and figure out and get input from teachers, but I'm also saying that I don't think that this number is the only data point and the only piece that we should be looking at.
Y'all are not gonna like this, but can you scroll up to slide 2? Because I am still confused on the time period of this. And maybe we can take it offline, but the slide 2, with the definition in there, at least that example clearly says it was from 23-24 school year, which would mean the snapshot occurs in October of 2023 compared to the 2024, which would mean the fall of 2024. We don't, if that's not true, or if we're unclear, we can find that out and let me know, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Just one more item and we can close. If we do a survey to collect additional information on this or the use of thought exchange or whatever it may be, can we have a board report on those results? Because I know that did the survey, you did a wonderful presentation, I think in November, about thought exchange and the survey, and I know we had the results and they were included in a transmittal with the link to the website, and it was posted on the website. But I think it would be a benefit for us as a board for that information to be then presented to us in a meeting so that we can have conversation and ask questions about what we're getting from those results, as opposed to just posting them. They're there, people can look at it, so on and so forth. I think we owe it to the community to have those conversations relative to that feedback. And I think then it will provide some validation to our stakeholders and our teachers in particular that we're taking time to discuss in a public meeting what they're saying to us in these surveys. I don't think putting it in a transmittal and putting it on a website and us not having a conversation as a board gives the results the merit it deserves. Just my observation on that for future reference.
Okay, I think we're going to move on to E1, to teacher incentive allotment.
Yes. All right. So shifting gears a little bit, talking about retaining teachers, I am going to talk about one of the avenues that we utilize here in College Station ISD to retain teachers, and that is through our participation in the teacher incentive allotment. So what is TIA? It is a state-funded program that allows districts to provide financial rewards to high-performing teachers, particularly high-performing teachers that are serving high needs and rural campuses. So through TIA, teachers can earn 3 levels of designations currently, which is recognized, exemplary, or masters. Teachers who obtain their national board certification are also able to have a designation currently. Teachers with national board cert are recognized and they receive the allotment for the recognized designation. That is changing, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. So those designations do generate annual funding allotment for the school district, and 90% of those funds go directly to teachers to increase their compensation. 10% of that is retained at the district level for implementation of TIA and administrative costs. For example, some of the student growth measures that we used or the tests that we used for TIA, some of that goes to pay for that. That's like just one example. So this is an overview. The first data submission was in the year of 22-23. And that year, we designated 177 teachers. 39 of those were recognized, 107 were exemplary, 31 were masters. And those designations generated $1.7 million. And then you can see how that has increased in 23-24, 269 designations. and in 24-25, 357 designations. So last year, based on that data submission, we generated $3.6 million in TIA funds. So looking at this by campus, the next two graphs show how those designations look across campuses, the number of recognized exemplary and master at every campus, as well as the amount that they generate as far as their allotment. So the least that a teacher can earn is $3,000 at the recognized level. But a teacher with a master designation can earn up to $32,000. And you can see that we do have a couple of campuses that are above 20,000. One where teachers are generating almost $25,000. And this is just 24-25, same data. So looking at our progression, when the district originally applied for TIA, the district was very clear, and the committee that worked on this wanted to make sure that we started small and got it right. So rather than trying to make every course an eligible assignment, the decision was made by that committee to start with two categories: early childhood, which is pre-K and Head Start. Pre-K and Head Start use circle data as the student growth measure, and then it was K through 8 English language arts and math, and 2 through 8 science. So we submit data in October, and then in the spring, every year, the district has the opportunity to submit an expansion and modification application. So in that application, we are able to add additional eligible courses. So in 2023, we were able to add biology, 5 through 8 social studies and U.S. history, Algebra 1, English 1 and English 2, and then a number of CTE and fine arts courses. So Algebra 1, English 1 and English 2, that first year, we utilized the end of course data and compared it to STAR for the previous year. After doing that for 1 year and knowing that we had MAP test, which MAP is the assessment that we use for a number of our courses, we did switch over to MAP for Algebra 1, English 1, and English 2, and we're able to add additional courses. So as you can see in 2024, we are now up to 6 categories: all English at the high school level, Algebra 1 and 2, and geometry. There are a number of social studies courses in Category 3. Category 3 is our student growth measure. There is locally developed assessments. Our content coordinator develops assessments, field tests those assessments, or pilots them for a year before we add them to our application. We were able to add additional CTE courses. Originally, we used precision exams, which are exams that students are able to earn certifications, but there was a limit to the number of courses that there were precision exams for. So Kevin Ross and Sheridan Clinkscales went out and searched and found ICEV, and those it provided additional courses or additional test for CTE courses. And then in Category 6 for fine arts, there's now opportunity for basically all fine arts teachers to earn or to be eligible for teacher incentive allotment. So what's next? Because we want as many teachers to be able to earn a designation and that extra allotment as possible. And so possible expansions that we are looking at in athletics, we're looking at PE. Additional secondary sciences, chemistry is a big one. We're looking at ESL at the secondary level, and then languages other than English. The biggest challenge for these courses is having the student growth measure. So having the test that you can use to measure student growth. MAP is not available for these courses, and so we are researching other measures. For example, TEKS Ready is one of the ones that we are looking at. Um, the the challenge that we're having right now is that the TEKS Ready tests would have to be imported into our current system, which is Performance Matters, and it's making sure that we are able to select a student growth measure that is going to be able to fit with the platforms that we use when it comes down to disaggregating all of the data. But we are continuing to expand each year. With House Bill 2, there came some changes with TIA. So some of the key changes are noted here. So starting this year, there's an increase in the support that TEA provides to districts with implementing TIA, as well as regional support. So we have a dedicated person at Region 6 that we can reach out to at any time if we need any assistance with anything dealing with TIA. There's also now something called Enhanced TIA that I'll talk about in just a moment. And then now there is also more SBEC, State Board of Education, is reviewing national board certification and what that looks like as it pertains to teacher incentive allotment. And then starting next year in 26-27, we now have 3 designation levels. Starting in 26-27, there will be 4. There's a 4th level now, acknowledged. So right now you have to, your overall TIA score, a teacher's overall TIA score has to be 3.7 to earn a recognized designation. With the addition of acknowledged, a teacher's overall score of 3.5 would allow them to earn a designation. There's going to be an increase in the allotment payouts. And then once a teacher earns a designation, that designation lasts for 5 years unless they earn a higher designation. So if a teacher earns a master designation, they keep that designation for 5 years. So our first year cohort, those designations will expire in July of 2027. The original TIA rules was that during that 4th year, you would have the opportunity to have your data submitted that following fall to renew your designation or to earn another designation. They have changed that now for only for teachers who have a master designation. There's an opportunity for early renewal. So those teachers, if they earn or if their overall score is at the master level, their 5-year clock will start over 1 year early. So enhanced TIA, sorry. So districts can now earn an enhanced TIA designation. To earn an enhanced TIA designation, districts have to build an evaluation system and a compensation plan for both teachers and principals. So for a district to be enhanced TIA, it's not only teachers who will be awarded an incentive. The incentive would also be awarded to principals and assistant principals. In order to do that, though, one caveat is that 100% of your assignments have to be eligible teaching assignments. The other is that your compensation plan has to change from we have like a step compensation plan. It would have to change to a compensation plan that's based on performance instead of years of service, so performance-based pay. Those districts, though, who are an enhanced TIA district are able to retain an additional 10% of those funds to support the new system. And then finally, I'll just share our latest submission. So we were able to submit 256 new proposed designations to TIA, and you can see the breakdown there. 157 of those are teachers who did not have a designation previously. So this is their first designation, and then 99 are teachers who held a designation of either recognized or exemplary who have now earned a higher designation. We will not learn, well, we should learn in the next few weeks. It's usually end of January, beginning of February, when we learn if our application was accepted. And then later in the spring, in mid-April, is when that funding map goes out that shows the allotment that is generated by each campus in the district. And that just talks about the number of CSISD teachers who have a current or a proposed designation, 487. So almost half of our teachers have a designation or have been submitted for a proposed designation. Okay, any questions?
That's awesome that half of our teachers are able to take advantage of that. And I also like that we're adding, to me, adding more eligible teachers. Where are we on that percentage though? Like what percentage of all of our teachers are eligible now?
So
to-
it's in so the verbiage for TIA, it's not really the teachers that are eligible, it's the courses that are eligible. So currently, right now, all of our elementary are eligible. Intermediate and middle school, most of those are. Where our area right now, other than like PE, would be at the secondary level. It's having like chemistry, I keep coming to, is a big one. And the rub there is finding an assessment that we can utilize to measure that student growth.
Okay, so, I mean, you could figure out, like, based on all our teachers, how many are not eligible today to
I
get
can't tell you that
TIA?
number off
Off
just
the
off
top of your
my
head, yeah, that's, so, but there's, and most of them are in the secondary. It is, I would say, I know there's some teachers who are frustrated with it too, and frustrating to me that some of teachers teaching these core science classes or an AP science or math class and not eligible, for this. So I appreciate all the work that we are to, get 100% of those courses, but that, I mean, I'm assuming that's the goal, is to get all teachers eligible, right?
As many, yes, as many as possible. And for AP, if it's an eligible teaching assignment, then those AP courses, they are eligible as well. We have, because of the fact that we had some things in our original application, or for our at the district level, some of the criteria, one of the criteria that was kind of started to hinder us at the secondary level was the number of sections that a teacher had to teach in order to be able to be included in that data submission. And so what we have decided now is that if you are in an eligible teaching assignment and you teach at least 10 students, your data will be included, because what was starting to happen because of scheduling, when you think of PLCs and different things like that, you could have a teacher who was teaching 2 sections of Algebra 1, but 3 sections of a course that wasn't eligible. And that teacher, if they did not have at least 3 sections of that eligible assignment, their data wasn't included. And so now if you are in an eligible teaching assignment, your data will be included.
Oh, that's wonderful. That should add some more too. That's fantastic. And my other question is you mentioned the total number, like if you're a master, I know it's somewhat based on if we're rural or so forth. Do we have teachers who are getting an extra 32? What's the highest for
The
college?
highest for us is between 20 and 25,000.
Okay.
Just off the top of my head, thinking about looking at, there's a system called SCOMS where all of that data is. We have teachers at a particular campus who are earning $23,000
Additional.
additional.
That's fantastic.
And that's all state money, right? That's not local, so.
It's not local. It's all state. And the state had the first TIA conference last summer. And Commissioner Morath was there, and that was one of the questions from the panel, was how long can this be sustained? Because there has been definitely some concern that this will go away. And so based on what we are told, this is not going away, and they're actively trying to increase the amount that can be allotted to teachers.
So when this started, this was legislators, my opinion, wanting to say that we could pay teachers 100 grand, right?
Yes, it
So,
was giving them a six-figure salary.
right, so,
Yes.
but it was also government math, so when they rolled it out, they said, okay, who's eligible, right, and who's not?
Yes.
And it was based on growth of how you did with your students, correct?
Mhm.
You mentioned rural, so there's an emphasis on that. So if you're teaching on-level students, it is typically easier to show growth with on-level, right? Wouldn't you agree? Versus advanced. So it can be, for better or worse, what not the teacher's fault, but a bit of gaming the system. If you teach on-level compared to advanced, it would be harder to do. And because it was government math and we rolled it out and we said, go figure it out, every district was basically told, go figure it out, right?
Yes. Correct.
And we started small, which I understand, but we also excluded a lot of teachers in that process. And so I commend the fact that we've now over 350, whatever, doubled in a couple years, $3.7 million in earnings that they are eligible to make. I commend you guys. When we interviewed Dr. Heichreiter and every candidate, I specifically asked about teacher incentive allotment. And I want to thank you for tackling this giant bear, to, again, dealing with government math and who's eligible and who's not, to get now K through 12 eligible, CTE eligible, fine arts eligible. It's not just core classes. So thank you for tackling that. Thank you for taking this on so that our teachers can make more money. I know it's a challenge. My own wife dealt with it of trying to get that math of who's eligible and who's not. But thank you guys for tackling this and making sure that our teachers can make more money and take advantage of this opportunity. So thank you.
I think Coop said this year's number is closer to 500 teachers. It's right below 500.
Exactly what I was going to say. So thank you so much for your work on this.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think next up we have Kevin Ross.
You ever gone? All right, good evening, Ms. Iggy, Dr. Hockerrider, members of the board. Very proud to be here tonight. A lot of you were there a couple weeks ago when we had a little kind of a soft ground opening there with the CTE Center. Now we need to start talking about staffing of that CTE Center. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that tonight. Again, all anticipation is fall of 2026. It sounds like everything is moving forward. We are scheduling kids as we speak with our counselors. We really want to be proactive here to try to get as good a teachers as possible. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about that tonight. This is just an aerial just to kind of remind everybody of the blueprint of the building. Top left, you can see ag mechanics. Work your way over from welding. You'll see vet science, agricultural, animal science, drop down to cosmetology. The really nice thing about this is we were able to capture 3 different cosmetology labs in here. That's going to tie in really well so kids can advance all 3 years of it. Work your way down, multi-purpose area, and then to your left, you'll see construction and automotive. Just want to remind everybody, this is not a new school. We do not have a cafeteria. No new mascots or anything of that nature. This is to bring kids out. We're going to train them, and we're going to bus them right back to their home campus. That way they can always continue to do athletics, fine arts, anything they want to at that home campus. We have some existing FTEs, which is really nice. FTEs are acronyms we use all the time. For full-time equivalent, that means basically 1 teacher. So we have a couple of existing FTEs that we're going to propose we move from our current campus that will move out there, which saves the district money. We don't need to hire for that. One of those is an ag mechanics FTE from Consol, and the other one is a construction FTE from College Station High School. We have some new FTEs for CSISD. We've never had an automotive, welding, or cosmetologist person to my knowledge, or at least in the last many, many years. So we need to go ahead and work towards getting those hired. If you'll notice on the left, remember we do have kids currently sitting in automotive and welding at Bryan ISD. Those kids will now come to us and stay home with us. So we need to look at getting an automotive and a welding teacher. We currently do not have those in the district. On the right side, you'll see cosmetology. Very excited again about this one. We need to go ahead and start working to get towards a cosmetologist. Okay. Now, keep in mind, at full capacity, there will be one automotive, one welding. There possibly will be 3 cosmetologists, but that will be years down the road as we build and gain and kids sign up. So what I'm presenting tonight is the one cosmetologist. Just a couple of things for you here. At full capacity, let's start at the top with automotive. We will be running 3 double blocks, okay? So that's 3 two-period classes. They will not be just teaching a single class. At traditional high schools, my teachers teach 6 out of 7 periods. These teachers will basically be doing the same thing, but it'll be 3 two-period classes. So as you work your way to the right, automotive to start with, we'll set about 15 will be our max in there for safety reasons. So a teacher will 15 times 3, which equals 45. Just want to point this out because the district's working really hard to make sure the equity of all teachers teaching full loads, okay? So when you see that 45, that's actually 90 students in the CTE world. And then when you look to the far right, I just want to remind people, the state has done a really good thing for CTE and given us a thing called weighted funding. These courses are very expensive. We have a lot of consumable supplies. So that number is times 1.47, and that's the highest funding level that we can gain in CTE, which is really good for the district. So as you kind of work your way down, I just wanted to highlight all of these courses are double block. All of these teachers will be teaching max capacity, 3 double blocks. And all of these courses are at our middle and highest tier for funding, which is a really good thing. As you work your way down to the bottom, I wanted to point this out. Get a lot of questions with this. How are we going to actually start enrolling kids? And then what happens if we hit max capacity early on? And the bottom is basically how this is going to happen. You just got a presentation from the TAPR going back to the CCMR. Well, CTE is a big part of CCMR. And one of the biggest things we've got to do is we've got to capture these kids to be completers. How you do that is you get them for 3 years. So we want to really put the emphasis on sophomores so we can have them for 3 years. And at the end of that 3 years, there's an IBC, another an acronym, industry-based certification. So for CCMR in the CTE world, if we can keep them for 3 years and get that IBC, which every one of these courses has an IBC, then that's good for our accountability. So again, we'll start with sophomores, we'll fill those in. From there, we'll take juniors. And then we want to get as many kids as possible, okay? We want to maximize our funding, maximize our teachers. So we will take first-time seniors, even though they won't be a completer, that's okay. Even though they won't have an IBC, that's okay. They're going to get some real-world hands-on experience before they graduate, and maybe they want to get into the trades when they graduate. So that's how we will get students involved. Couple of other things that we have going on out there right now. We are currently using a portable building with 2 classrooms, and that's where we're teaching wildlife, range and ecology, practicum and ag, livestock, and our vet science courses. We're currently using 3 different CTE teachers, 1 from Consol and 2 from College Station High School. They are ag teachers. We've been doing this now. This will be our 2nd year. It's going well. It's what we call a floater. They drive out there, they teach for a couple classes, then they go back to their home campus to finish out their day. We will more than likely continue this process. We're not looking for any more ag teachers. We have enough, but I just wanted to point that out. So they will physically leave the portable and enter the building now, and we'll continue teaching that way. Overall, the CTE center staffing needs, like I said, there's no cafeterias, there's no things that you see at a traditional campus. We'll have CTE teachers at full capacity. We will have a nurse, we'll have a security guard, and we'll have a custodian. Our security guard will be one of those through TNT security guard, not the Brazos County. And we already have a custodian that kind of floats out there. We would then hopefully get them as full-time. With that, I would love to entertain any questions you have.
I think this is awesome. Again, at the beam ceremony and all the signing ceremony, this is what, 15 plus years in the works or whatever it is. So seeing all these come to life is exceptional. I would be remiss, Mr. Ross, if I didn't point out, Mr. Hogan's here, Ms. Parkinson, Mrs. Payne, my English teaching wife, is only an acronym if it makes a word or you use it as a word. Otherwise, it's an abbreviation or initialism. And she's ruined my life by telling me that, so I'm just making that correction. Yeah. So now you know, and you have to carry that burden
Is
for
this
the
why
rest of
you
your
teach
life.
CTE instead of
This is why I
English?
stay in the CTE lane, because I don't understand what he just said.
Well,
Yes.
we are really thankful to have you doing CTE. This is exciting. I'm excited to hear about it, so.
Thank you.
Hey, Kevin, and you probably have you put pencil to paper just to calculate the additional weighting and the revenue piece relative to the cost of the new positions, just how that will play out at all?
Yes, sir. I haven't toyed with it in the last probably year to two. Basically, what the number we usually chase is if we can get about 100 kids on a CTE teacher role with the weighted funding, it pays for
the-
itself. Yes,
okay.
sir. Plus the 45% that goes to the general fund. Yes, sir.
Very good. Yeah, I concur with Dr. Payne. Not all the English stuff he was talking about, but just that this is wonderful. It's been a long time coming for our school district.
Yes, sir.
Kevin, speak on the savings of not having to use Brian anymore.
Oh, yes. So over the last 5 years, every year I get to cut a tuition check. It's a wash through ADA, another acronym. But that's what we generate. We had an MOU with Brian ISD, and basically what we got together and said was whatever that student generates that you would take in funding, that we're going to cut that check for that, and it's basically a wash. Over the last 5 years, it's fluctuated. The highest we've paid is $130,000. The lowest we've paid is about $68,000, and that's because they can only take so many of our students. So just a good average for just spitballing is about $100,000 a year is what we're paying in tuition that now we will keep in-house with our own staff. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank y'all.
All right, and next we're going to hear from Ms. Wilson.
Good evening, Ms. Iggy, Board of Trustees. I want to take just a moment to talk to you about something that we would like to bring to you tonight about the District of Innovation. We did bring it to our DEIC group, and they did approve it pending tonight. The reason why we're bringing this is because of Texas Education Code 45.205 through 209. And it deals with just the length of a contract for depository. You can do a 2-year contract with the possibility of extending it to additional 3-year terms. The other thing in there is just the contract term extension must match up with the district's fiscal year. And as you guys know, we changed our fiscal year this previous year, and so we need to kind of clean up that. When we started looking at this and visiting with our current depository, there were several things that kind of came out in the light of that. One of them being just the increase in, or the decrease in interest rate that they were willing to pay our school district. Before we would get 20 basis above the Fed fund rate, they changed that to 30 basis points below the Fed fund rate. So that was one thing that was just a big shocker point for us, especially with us being in a deficit budget. The other thing that they did was they did the interest credit rate of 4%. And that's just where we have to, they give us 4% of our earnings, and then anything over that for fees, that we have to cover that as a district. And so there were some things that came up right at the last moment that kind of concern our school district. And so that's really kind of why we want to bring this to light. The exemption would allow us just to decide, establish a contract for a term that aligns with the district needs, again, that fiscal year. And the other thing would just allow us to kind of renegotiate that contract. So we would like to put it, we actually have it on the, I call it on the street right now. We have visited with a lot of banks. We've had sit-down meetings with a lot of banks. There are a lot of banks interested in doing business with our school district, and I think just the competition there is very beneficial, because we have to look at every piece of revenue that we can possibly look at to bring in savings to our school district. And so that's one of the things that we've kind of been set on. So this would allow us to try to do a 3-year contract with a bank and get us back on that TEA every 2-year contract and align us with our fiscal year. And then at the same time, we're in the process of doing a update to our software system. I found out today we've been with e-school since, and e-finance since 1998, I think I was told, 1997. And so we're in the process of updating our software program. And this will allow us to spend a lot of time with the new software and the new bank and just look at efficiencies. And so one of the things that kind of shines out to me as being new to the district is we currently have 44 bank accounts at our school district, and we have to pay a fee on every one of those bank accounts, and then we have to pay fraud stopper fees. And so we're really taking a deep dive into those numbers just to see if we can draw that back and save money. That kind of goes with that earned income credit. And then we would do a competitive bid, hopefully that we would see some competition come to. We had 3. We even did a pre-bid. Ms. Schaefer helped us with that, and we allowed banks to come in and visit with us, and we had 3 banks visit with us. We've had 3 additional banks that have come in and visited with us, and we've sat down with them just to try to make sure they understand that we're very serious about this. We would continue to be transparent to the board like we always have with our banking, and then we would make sure that we're following all competitive laws as well as the collateralization with the banks and everything else. So it's basically just align with our fiscal year and to make sure we're competitive in the market that we're in right now. Is there any questions?
This is an action item with the other amendments at the regular meeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was ran through DEIC in
Yes.
December, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was.
Sounds good to me. My only question would be, how in the world do we get 44 bank accounts?
It's a shocker that they enjoy to reconcile them. But, okay.
Thank you
so
very
for
much.
your time.
And that is going to bring us to item F, adjourn. And it was burning up in here. Like we had it set on auto, and it was set on 71, but it was 74 in here when you first did it. Oh, thank you. I got you. And then by the time it was time for the meeting to start, it was 76. So now we're increasing there. I don't know what happened. Craziness today. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Declaration of a quorum, we have 7 members present. Welcome to this meeting of College Station Independent School District Board of Trustees. We were elected at large to represent the interest of our community and our state in educating our students. Our mission for our students in this district is success each life, each day, each hour. We adhere to all pertinent laws, policies, and procedures in posting agendas and conducting our meetings. The detailed agenda information was made available to us at least 3 business days in advance, and we have all come to this meeting informed and prepared. We have just completed a workshop session where we heard reports and discussed much of the information needed to make decisions in either this meeting or in upcoming meetings. This is a meeting of the 7 trustees in a public setting rather than a public meeting. As such, public comment is included on the agenda at a specific time and requires us to listen rather than take action so as to abide by the Open Meetings Act. We are pleased that you have taken time this evening to join us. We are very proud of this school district, and we thank you for your interest in and support of our students. And that is going to move us to recognitions. We're going to recognize some of those students.
Good evening. I'm Dawn Newton. I'm the principal, the very proud principal at Rock Prairie Elementary, and I'm going to hand the microphone over to 2 of our amazing wranglers that are here to tell you a little bit about themselves and our school.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Hummels and I'm in 3rd grade. I am a 3rd grade student at Rock Prairie Elementary. I've been at Rock Prairie since kindergarten and I really love my school. I am in the GT program and some of my favorite things to do are drawing and writing. I especially love making comics because I get to use both of those hobbies at the same time. I also really enjoy working in all of the awesome projects we do in Miss Tolan's class, GT class. I want to say a big thank you to our custodians, Mr. CJ, Miss Alicia, Miss Carmen, Miss Daisy, and Miss Tara. They work very hard every day to keep our school shiny and beautiful, and they always greet students with a smile. They really care about everyone at Rock Prairie. Some of my favorite memories at Rock Prairie are playing football at recess, the Glow Run, my GT projects, and making lifelong friends, especially my best friend Erin. Thank you for letting me share a little bit about myself and for letting me be a proud Rock Prairie Wrangler.
Good evening. My name is Emily Johnson, and I am a proud 4th grader at Rock Prairie Elementary. I have been a Rock Prairie Wrangler since kindergarten, so our school has always been a really special place to me. At Rock Prairie, I love being a part of our student council program. This year, I am also excited to represent Rock Prairie Elementary in the UIL Ready Writing competition. Some of my favorite memories at Rock Prairie are field day and all the times Dennis Lee and Nana Pudding come to visit us. It is so much fun. Every day in the morning announcements, we are reminded to make good choices, be kind, and try to make someone else smile today. Thank you, Rock Prairie, for always making me smile every day.
Hello, I'm Donna Barrington. I'm the proud principal at Greens Prairie Elementary, home of the Mustangs. And so I have 2 of our 4th grade students. This is Christian Dunn. You may have recognized him. He was our Santa at the musical when you came. They came to visit our school, and they gave a practice run. So Christian is a wonderful actor and has a stage presence and really stole the show as Santa. And both of our students have been at Greens Prairie since kindergarten. And this is Parker Rodriguez. She's also a 4th grader. She mentors our pre-K students twice a week and serves our campus. She also helps me when we have dance in the morning for morning assembly like turkey tango. She always volunteers to help. I don't know if that's because you take pity on me or she just wants to show it how it really is done the right way, but she always helps me do that. So I appreciate that. But I'm going to let them tell you a little bit about themselves.
Hi, my name is Christian. A few things about myself is I really like to play baseball. I like fishing and hunting. I'm almost as tall as my mom. My favorite subject in school is science. And what I like about Greens Prairie is all the nice staff and students in the class.
Hi, I'm Parker Rodriguez. I'm in 4th grade. My favorite subject is Texas history. I like being a Mustang because I am part of a big school family.
Please stand for the United States pledge. Hi, my name is Christian. I'll be leading you the United States pledge. Salute pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas pledge. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. And now for the moment of silence, you may begin.
Thank you. At the end, thank you. You may now be seated.
Thank you, guys. At this time, I would like to invite our amazing 4th grade team at Rock Prairie Elementary to come up for a little big shout out. Thank you. As you can tell, we have a very organized and together team. So they planned their outfits and we have stamped ourselves proudly with Rock Prairie here. So we have got Miss Teresa Allenbaugh here, Miss Angel Bressler, Miss Erica Mandel, I'm so sorry, Miss Melody Matouche and Miss Laura DeSalle here. Combined, they make up 44 years of experience in College Station ISD. And so that is a huge testament to their dedication, to the commitment that they bring every single day, but also the way that they walk our vision and our mission every single day and every conversation that they have. I wish so badly that everybody could be here and sit in their PLCs and listen to the conversations. They laugh because, yes, sometimes we have a little laughter and fun, but it's always tied right back to the experiences that they create every day for our kiddos. And so that goes into the lessons that they plan, the way that they engage them in the content, and the ways that they create experiences for our kiddos to engage with each other too. And so although I could bring so many of our staff members up here, I wanted to take the time to really thank them for not only everything that they do for Rock Prairie, for the way that they support each other, for the way that they support our admin team, and even other teams throughout the campus. And so thank you guys so much for being a huge part of all we do at Rock Prairie. So thank you. Thank you. Where'd Donna go? Y'all stand over. Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, I would like to introduce our amazing teachers, and we have one that's coming in virtually. She is at Disney right now, Tori Dean, and so I thought, okay, Disney, come here. You know, I don't know, but so Tori Dean, I would like to recognize Tori Dean, who is our GT specialist, Amanda Simmons, who is our counselor. Um, Jessica McMurray, who is our fourth grade teacher, and Mrs. Martha Jimenez, who is our cafeteria manager. And all of these ladies virtually here wear many, many hats. These are our folks that are our go-to people, right? So Amanda is our counselor. She's our MTSS coordinator. She's our behavior specialist. She does it all. She prioritizes meeting with kids, teaching classes, and doing all the things. If something needs to be done, I don't even have to really ask her. She just says, hey, I'll do that, or can I do this? Well, yeah, you can. So, but things get done, and what an honor it is to lead alongside her, leading our campus and keeping our focus on kids. And so I appreciate you very much. I'm going to move over to Jessica real quick. Jessica has a heart for kids. She always has great ideas. And not only that, she takes those ideas and go, okay, how can we make that happen? To hammock gardens, gazebos, all the things. She is an awesome teacher. Her kids love learning because of her dedication and her passion for what she does. She has a heart for service. Anything that needs to be done as well, she leads. And so always serves our campus with the best intentions, the best heart, and that can-do attitude. So I very much appreciate her. Tori Dean is our GT specialist. Again, a person who serves alongside these wonderful leaders and just reminds us that we can enrich the lives of our students the way we teach and what we provide for them, and just helps us navigate that so that we are teaching our students the best that we can, being the best that we can be, but also in an engaging and enriching way, serving all of our students. So I appreciate them. One thing I'm going to tell you that is a highlight. I told you they were our movers and shakers. They are innovative idealists, and they make that happen. So Jessica has written 20 grants, has received 20 grants at $20,000 total. That's amazing, right? Amanda, she has been a third grade teacher, a fourth grade teacher, and now our counselor at our campus, but she has written 10 grants totaling $12,000. And Tori Dean has written, is that about right? 13 grants, and those 13 grants were $25,700. So total, these ladies have had great ideas and have received over $58,000 just at our campus. And that's not including the campuses they have served before in College Station ISD. So they are not only leaders at our campus, but leaders in College Station, setting a great example for what can be in public education due to these teachers working hard each and every day. So amazing. Thank you. Got one more. Okay, now Martha, come over here. Martha and I have worked along, I call her Miss Martha, but Martha and I have been working alongside each other for a very long time. But is, along with our custodian, are there at the crack of dawn, right? When the sun rises, they're there. Martha is our cafeteria manager and serves with a smile breakfast and lunch and all the things. So she makes sure that her staff is running efficiently. She steps in when she's short-staffed, which happens quite frequently. She knows every kid's name. She makes sure that everything's ordered, everything's running smoothly, and all that, and like time scheduled, 3 minutes in between classes. So we cannot do it without her. She welcomes our parents. She makes sure the cafeteria is running smoothly, and is a great place and a positive place for our students and our staff. And I just appreciate her so much, with a smile and a can-do, I can do this, and just serves quietly, helping her staff, pitching in, serving, doing the cashier, washing dishes. Sometimes I have to go back there and go, where is she? And she's around the corner washing dishes or doing whatever she needs to do. But it's a service with a smile, and I appreciate you so very much. So thank you.
All right, President Igi, members of the board. Tonight, we're proud to recognize students from our high school FFA chapters for an outstanding performance at the State Leadership Development Events Contest in Huntsville last semester. Leadership Development Events, or LDEs, are competitive events offered through FFA that help students develop real-world leadership, communication, and career readiness skills. Through LDEs, students participate through public speaking, interviewing, critical thinking, teamwork, and decision making by applying what they learn in ag education courses to real life scenarios. These events are designed to build confidence, professionalism, and leadership abilities that prepare students for future careers both within and beyond their agricultural education. And we've had the distinct pleasure of hearing them practice what they take to these state competitions here at central office. And Sheridan, Kevin, I don't know how we can make this like a public thing so they can see how impressive these kids are, but it is some of the most impressive professionalism and public speaking and research-based, data-driven experience that I've seen from a student. So it's incredible. These students qualify for state by finishing first or second in one of the state's 66 district competitions and first or second in one of 12 area competitions. These students represented College Station ISD with excellence, preparation, and professionalism on the statewide stage. And I know we have a few standing in the back confirmed that we're able to be here tonight. And our first that we're going to recognize is our state semifinalist in Green Hand Creed, Kenna Black. And we had several students who competed in the Green Hand Quiz who also finished as state semifinalists. Claire Kieschnick and Brinley Holt. You guys make it? Oh, there they are. Yep. We have another state semifinalist from Consol. He was a state semifinalist in the senior creed. That's Tanner Howard. Tanner? And then from Consol's FFA broadcasting team, Ella Wright.
If I could tag on before she leaves, Miss Jessica McMurray was my daughter's kindergarten teacher when we first got here, and now she's about to graduate high school, so thank you for that, Miss McMurray. Yeah.
And before we move on, I do want to point out to everyone who's here tonight that the artwork in the back of the room is provided by Greens Prairie and Rock Prairie Elementary students. So be sure you take a look at that. It's always awesome to see what our students do.
All right, Miss Iggy, members of the board, and our guests here tonight and watching online. January is School Board Recognition Month, a time when school districts across Texas pause to say thank you to the dedicated men and women who serve on our local school boards. School board members are volunteers who devote countless hours to setting the vision for our district, making complex decisions, and ensuring our schools serve every student well. Their work often happens behind the scenes, but its impact is felt every day in our classrooms, our campuses, and throughout our community. And so tonight, we want to recognize and thank our trustees for their commitment to public education and to our district here in College Station ISD. Their service reflects a deep belief in our schools, our students, and our community's future. And tonight, you've probably seen around the boardroom, we have several amazing posters that were created by our early education kiddos in some of our art classrooms around the district. And at each of your seats, board members, you have a nice branded portfolio to recognize your contributions to our district. But if y'all in the audience will please join us in showing our appreciation for our trustees and for all members of our school board for their leadership and their service. Dr. Harkrider.
All right, thank you, guys. That is going to move us to item D1, which is our board reports. What reports do we have tonight?
I'll start. Budget committee met and Ms. Wilson did a great job of tons of data. We reviewed enrollment data and allocation. We did some comparisons of us to peer districts. We reviewed how our money is allocated. She went over current staffing models. I'll say with this committee, it's comprised of staff, some board members, community members, but we also have two former superintendents from some districts, not ours, and they bring a lot of information, wealth of it's been really, really, really fun to work with them. They bring some great ideas, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing what this committee is going to bring, the recommendations eventually after we meet again. So it was a really informational meeting. I'll keep going because I'm on several things. Unless, do you want to do Head Start? Head Start met. They told us they've assessed over 400 children. They're really excited. They met with the architects to see how we're going to reconfigure this building potentially so that they can serve more families and children. April 1st is their big application event. The budget was approved. They do an amazing job with the budget because they are working with flat funding again for 2 years in a row, and they're really creative with their budgeting. One of the neat things about that committee is they have a lot of parents on it, and it's really great to see these parents come in and visit with each other and collaborate and share ideas. And one of the things that's just really Miss Shelley and her staff, these parents stay after the meetings and really just talk and visit. And it's just really rewarding to see and also to hear about their kids' experiences and those programs. So those are that, and I'll let someone else do community advisory.
I wasn't prepared to do community advisory, but I will. It's been really great because I have really appreciated how Mr. Dunson and Ms. Ward have just structured that whole time so that we can hear from the community some of the strengths that they see in our district and maybe some areas we can grow on. And so the last meeting that we had, we kind of focused in on an area that we might want to see just how we can come up with some solutions to. So I don't know that there's a whole lot to report out other than that. I know that process is going to be ongoing, and I'm going to be interested to see what that committee brings to the board later this spring. So I appreciate everyone who serves on that.
I will report on Education Foundation, but before that, I'm going to mention the Head Start policy. Shelley Rice and her team, just ooze for the community. You can just see it in those meetings. And I mean, to think Shelley held a kiddo the entire meeting. So just kudos to all those women who are really out there and trying to make our community just a better place and get our kids a better future. Education Foundation, exciting. 50 Men Who Can Cook is on February 6th. 6:30 to 9:30. Hope you're coming with a hunger because you get full quick. Also, my husband might be cooking, so go try his food. Also, you can get tickets, and if you can't make it, you can buy a raffle ticket with a chance to win some jewelry from David Gardner's. Also, a private dinner at the Republic. So that suite in the Republic is really great. You can win it for 16 people. All of that can be purchased at 50menwhocancook.org. And then our scholarship application is up and running. I know we've had about 7 to 10 so far apply, but it is open to CSISD seniors till March 1st. That's all I have.
DIC is very easy because we basically just got a presentation on the feedback from the calendar survey, and I believe Mr. Mann will be showing that to us shortly with the results. And it was one of our shorter meetings. So, you want to do intergovernmental?
Yeah, Mrs. McAdams and I and Dr. Harkrider were all at the Intergovernmental Committee today. And it was essentially a presentation on the baseball facilities in Bryan College Station with an eye towards some new fields that are being proposed there behind Costco in lieu of the data center. Many people seemed excited to hear. So Dr. Harkrider talked about our new baseball and softball facilities from the bonds. The Bryan ISD athletic director did the same, and then we had several other presentations. It seemed to be mostly an informational session on kind of the state of baseball fields in Bryan College Station without a lot of other, really, truly just an informational session. So it was interesting.
Do you have one? I have one more I want to add because I want to add, I went to our Region 6 grassroots meeting. I had to miss the budget committee meeting. It was the same night, and I know some other of you are interested in it. That grassroots meetings are every 2 years, and they are for our regions, and it's where we start having the conversation as school board members in the region to discuss our legislative advocacy agenda and what's important to us. We had our legislative priorities there, you know, to discuss. And from many other districts throughout our region, and so we talked about those. I don't know. I won't get into all those details, and we'll probably have our own discussions. But just so everybody knows, it was in Montgomery. There's some more limitations on this process this year that the state has put on us. You can't have it at a TASB office anymore. You don't get any credit for going to that. But if you still believe it's important, I know many of you do, you know, there is still an opportunity to get involved with that process if you'd like to. So let me know. Because we know, as we talk about here often, so much of what affects us and what we do is really coming out of Austin. And that process is starting again. Oh, and you can get a red scarf. That's what you get if you go.
Okay, is that all of our board reports? Yes. Okay, Dr. Harkrider?
Yes, ma'am. This is the time of the year where myself and members of my staff become part-time weather forecasters. So if you're not aware, we have a winter storm that unfortunately keeps getting closer and closer to College Station. And so we're keeping a watchful eye on that. It's a very busy time with extracurricular activities. We have both cheer teams are supposed to go up to Fort Worth for a national cheer competition. They're predicting an historic storm with north of 8 inches of ice and snow. So it's not looking great to try to make it up there. We've got teams traveling around here as well. We have moved all middle school basketball games to Wednesday night, and then varsity soccer and varsity basketball games will play Thursday. to avoid any conflicts with the weather. And we've got a few other teams traveling. So we'll be in communication. Coaches will be in communicating with players and also parents to make you aware and keep you updated. We'll be making some decisions here in the next 36 hours. Trustee tour, next set of tours is January 30th. We'll go to South Knoll and Oakwood. So excited to showcase those two campuses and see what Rocco and Miss Laura have to show. So we know we got a lot of things to show up for us. February 2nd is our UIL realignment. That is done every 2 years. And what's released on that day is our new districts for all of our sports for 2006, 2007 school year and 2007, 2008. We will still be, both high schools will be at the 5A division. We're a little bit nervous because the 6A number dropped about 75 students, which gets closer to where we are. So I'm concerned in 2 years, if that number drops again, it's going to be a major change for College Station ISD. And then February 13th will be the end of the fourth 6 weeks.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item E, which is hearing of citizens. During this time, we will hear from citizens who registered to speak prior to the meeting in accordance with board operating procedures. The Open Meetings Act prevents us from responding to speakers regarding items not on the agenda. Comments related to items on the agenda may be discussed during deliberations on that specific agenda item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Those needing an interpreter may have up to 6 minutes. Each person has one opportunity at the microphone, regardless of minutes used. Unused minutes may not be accrued by another speaker. The executive assistant will time the comments and alert the president when time has expired. The board asks that those addressing the board refrain from derogatory comments. Tonight we have speaker Ms. Mulder, Allison Mulder.
Let's see. Do my best. All right, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have 3 children, one of whom is currently school-aged. I have a deep desire that my younger children, along with the other children in our community, are able to benefit from the compassion, diligence, and expertise that my eldest child has experienced from his CSISD teachers. It is with that in mind that I express my concern regarding the recent teacher turnover rates published by TEA. Our district's turnover rate grew to 19.4%, an increase of almost 2 percentage points from the previous year, as opposed to some surrounding districts which showed an approximately 2% decrease in turnover. For comparison, the state average had a slight improvement from 19.1% to 18.8%. Though central office may measure retention using different methodology and has noted that we are making improvements in this measure, which is great, we cannot ignore the trends shown in TEA data. Another area of concern relates to staff investments. The district spends approximately 20% more than the state average on central office salaries, while our teachers make approximately 10% below average. And I wish everyone could make above average in this room because all of you have such valuable roles. Despite this difference, our teachers manage larger and larger class sizes, increase paperwork, and reduce time for collaboration. I also must speak up for our valuable paraprofessionals who do not even make a livable wage. Central office roles are, of course, vital to the district's success, but our amazing teachers, support staff, and campus administrators serve the core function of a school district. If we want improved outcomes for our students, we must prioritize investment and support for those roles, and that doesn't have to be strictly increases in salary. The district can support teachers by providing a substitute for an hour or 2 a week per grade level so that the teachers can plan and complete paperwork, by mobilizing community volunteers to take over lunch duty for teachers, or through other creative solutions. Burnout is a primary reason for teachers leaving the field. As a licensed clinical social worker, I know that employment stressors teachers experience contribute to mental health issues like depression and anxiety, as well as acute and chronic physical health concerns like increased blood pressure and headaches. Our teachers deserve better. Neither our board, central office, or community have full control over the public education landscape. We're beholden to decisions made in Austin. However, we must take accountability for what we can control and correctly align our priorities. Our community clearly cares about this issue and needs transparent communication and a solid action plan to help keep our excellent teachers in College Station. That's it. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. All right, the next thing on our agenda is the consent agenda. That's going to be items G and items J1 to J11.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Payne and a second by Mr. Martindale. Any comments? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes 7-0. Next up, we're going to have item H1, and that's going to be Mr. Mann.
All right. Good evening, everybody. President Ege, Dr. Harkrider, Board of Trustees. It's my pleasure to come to you this evening to talk with you about the 26-27 school calendar. And we're just going to jump right in. Maybe something is not connecting here, Austin. There we go. There we go. All right. So you can see up on the screen, we directly emailed the day after the board meeting in last month in December to all campuses, and you can see the number in parentheses that encompasses whenever Austin sends the email out, he receives a report to the number of email addresses it's sent to, and then to all guardians as well. And so I share this to say that we know that we have 21,724 confirmed recipients of an email. Now, don't know whether or not they opened it or not, but they have it. I also post to Schoology all of our campus news feeds, primarily to gather student voice as much as possible. But I know a lot of parents jumped in on that because as I was watching the data come in, the parents were voting pretty quickly before Austin could even get the email sent out. And then, of course, our staff have the option of getting it from their emails or from the Schoology feed. And then Austin also shared it out a couple of different ways through our communication outlets, and then a couple of our local news media outlets picked it up as well. So we had 3171 total folks began a survey and 2764, which is an 87% completion rate, complete the 4 questions on the survey. So let's dig into those stats a little bit. If you do the straight math and add it here, you're going to see that we have more roles than what we have participants, and that's because we traditionally have allowed our people to multi-select their roles so that they could share their voice in whichever role that they would like to. And so you can see on the left the 3326 total role selections, and whenever I broke it down, I could see that there's 260 unique individuals that picked more than one role for the purposes of the survey. And one of the pieces that was new this year with using Thought Exchange with the survey piece was it actually showed us how long people spend engaging with the survey. And I found it very interesting. And so I shared this with the EIC last week, and I wanted to bring it forward here because it's 4 questions. And so you can see we had 184 folks answer them in less than 5 seconds. I mean, they just went through, they knew what they wanted, and there they go. And then you can see the folks that took a little bit longer. And I can confidently say that we did have one student in College Station ISD that must have left it open on their browser for 14 days and 7 hours. Because they did finally vote, though. They voted for the no fall break version of the calendar, interestingly enough. They need to really think about it, right? But of the folks that took a minute or less, which is the overwhelming majority of folks, again, it's 4 questions. It doesn't take very long. You can see the breakdown of the roles of the folks that were able to get in there within that first minute of completing the survey and get it taken care of. And then I know there was a question brought up about the timing, and do we feel like that folks are going to be able to have the time to respond and see the emails? Is that a good time of year? And what this shows us is within the first 3 days, almost 90% of the participants that opened the email completed the survey. And then there were 10% of the folks that trickled in over the course of the winter break. And I can also say that there were 5 folks that completed it on Christmas Day. So maybe that's the day that they got caught up on their email. But I can definitely break it down and see the process of getting the votes completed. And you can see on this graph here of the folks within that first 90% of how they broke it down, right? The date completed, or within the first 3 days. So the 4 questions that were asked, right? The first one is we talked about this, the describing your role. And again, it was self-select, and 105 folks chose not to give a response to that. And then people were able to respond to grade level, or if they were a community member that they didn't identify with a specific grade level, they had that option as well. And 127 folks chose not to respond to that. And then this is the big question, right? Which calendar preference do you choose? And 407 folks did not make a selection for this question. 73% of the people did pick the fall break version of the calendar. And then there is the opportunity, as we've always had, is the open comments where you can tell us anything you would like for us as a DEIC to consider as it relates to the calendars. And so just under 24% of our respondents added some sort of a comment into the comment box. And so these next couple of slides are summaries of what we see. And so you can see here, as it says, there was a diverse range of opinions regarding the calendar. And the hot topic was fall break, and there was discussion around that, and we'll get into more of that here in a moment. There's a lot of appreciation for some sort of a break because of the mental health piece that comes along with that and time to reconnect with family. But there is some comments that talked about the challenges that it puts in for working families and parents and childcare and disruption of student learning. And then there are folks that would like to see it be longer, make sure that we're aligning with neighbor districts. But then we also have those that we don't want any kind of a fall break because we want a longer summer. So as I often tell DEIC, you can't make everybody happy. We got to figure out what the best option is to move forward. And the summary statement here says it's a balanced approach. And so you see the 5 themes that came out of the summary. And so fall break, it was mentioned the most out of all of them, and that's why it's ranked number 1. Followed by teacher work days, and the conversation in the comments between teaching staff and non-teaching staff is where's the balance there, because there is the need for the work, but there's also the child care challenges, which is what comes in at number 3. And then mental health. There's no disagreement amongst any of the comments about the need for mental health. The comments really themed around the need for the balance, right? And to be able to make it work for everybody because we've got a lot of diverse needs across the district. And then, of course, the common theme of calendar alignment for us to be sure to align with Texas A&M and neighboring districts if at all possible. And so I dug specifically into the fall break length comments because that was a topic of conversation over the course of the fall as we were gathering survey responses in September. And so I went through all 745 comments and did specific word searches for a full week, just individual, try to break it down and pull out the ones that mentioned any component of that. And you can see that breakdown here. So any comments between teachers, parents, and students were the only categories or the only roles that I found where there was any comments. And one of them was dual coded. And so that was a teacher and a parent. And then you can see out of the total number of comments there. And so I pull this out because we spent a lot of time in DEIC talking about to have a full week in October or to not have a full week in October. And so this shows that we had 26 unique comments in an open comment section for people to bring up that topic out of the 745 total comments. And so with that DEIC's recommendation, just a quick reminder of the process. We begin this in September. And that's really with me introducing the process to them, but sending out a survey to the staff and to the families, asking them kind of just-in-time survey questions and getting that iterative feedback process started. And we repeat that through October and November. And then whenever we come back in December, this is where DEIC really looks at draft calendars and we get them prepped in to then send them out for the stakeholder feedback process, which we've just completed. And then in January, we process that data and conversations, and then here we are with you guys tonight. And so the DEIC this is a voting action for them, and only teachers, community members, business members, and parent members of the DEIC are eligible to vote on the motion. And so at the January meeting, there were 15 of those specific members that were present, and you can see that all 15 of them voted for the fall break version calendar to be brought forth to the board tonight. So the details of that calendar. So you can see here, I broke it down by the numbers. There's 170 instructional days, 78 in the fall, 92 in the spring. We've always had a discrepancy between the fall and the spring because we have always ended the fall semester before winter break. We, in my 21 years in the district, have never come back after the winter break and took fall semester exams. And so that's a big reason for the difference between the 2 semesters. You can see the total minutes, 76,210, and that gives us a cushion of minutes, just straight minutes of 3.73 days. But I want to draw your attention to May. This is a new piece this year where we have 2 designated teacher work days that can be bad weather makeup days if necessary. And so really we have those 3 days plus 2 more. If for some reason we do have big bad weather events or we do have infrastructure problems that causes things to have to be closed down without having to make things up as much as possible. We are, as a district, on 187 teacher contract days. 8 of those days are designated as work days. 9 of those days are professional learning days. And so with those, you see the 25 total teacher holidays that are throughout the school year when you count up all the lime green colors, and the 31 student holidays that are throughout the school year. Texas A&M did release their calendars recently, and so whenever I was made aware of that, I did adjust what we had down for our week of spring break to the following week to be in alignment with what Texas A&M had, and A&M did not have a fall break listed on their system calendar. And speaking of A&M, we know that we receive a lot of comment and feedback asking that we work really hard to be aligned with their calendar, and so I wanted to illustrate that we do take in very much into consideration A&M's calendar. And so if you look on the left, these items that are in this maroon color here, these are not applicable to us as a district, and so there's nothing here for us to align. And then the ones that are in yellow, these are in alignment with A&M being out and us not having class. And then if you look on the CSISD calendar side, what's in green, A&M is not in session. And so this doesn't apply for these items that are in the green piece. There might be some smaller classes in session, but the general session is not in. And then you can see here, we do have some dates that are not in alignment. So if we look at September 25th, this is a teacher workday. This year we had this workday coupled with the Labor Day holiday that's in September. And so whenever we as DEIC reviewed the survey from staff, the staff came back and said they'd like to see that workday added on September 25th. October 9th is traditionally our parent conference day for elementary and a PD day for secondary, and then the 2 fall break days. And then if you come down here to February 12th and 15th, and it's up here, it's a teacher work day, and then it's a PD day. And so it's a longer break for our students, and our staff have a chance to do some work within the building without kids there. As a part of our process with DEIC, we do ask them to give us a list of what you want us to try to build into calendars. And this comes in from conversations that they have with their staffs on their campus. And so you can see that we took the list that they had and we tried to incorporate as much of all of that information into the calendar as we can. So we truly are taking the voice of the folks on the committee, and their job is to gather that voice from their campuses. So this is an action item for the Board of Trustees tonight to accept the recommendation of the EIC or not. And so with that, I will turn it back over to you, President Iggy, and any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. I appreciate that and all the work that you guys do to put this together.
You're welcome.
Do we have any questions?
Mr. Mann, just when everyone was voting, obviously a heavy preference to have the fall break. A&M's calendar was not out yet, right? So nobody knew that there wasn't going to be one.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think my only question is about, you've been here a long time, is it standard for us to have 9 days of teacher development before the school year starts? Is that pretty typical?
It varies from year to year, and so that's something that we've had an iterative piece over time. So standard, some years we've had 8 or 9, some years we've had 4 or 5.
Okay.
It just kind of depends on what's been adopted over the years. Part of the factor that's come in too is there used to be that law in place before District of Innovation where you couldn't start before the 4th Monday in August. Right. And then whenever that shifted, then that brought back into the ability to have more days in August to get ready for the year.
To that point, is this a change for us to have that the 17th and 18th of August to be a work day? How is that? How does that compare to this year? I'm not sure.
We had work days this year. One of the differences for this year and for this proposed calendar that the last, I forget exactly which year it started, but I want to say it was in the late 2010s where we started incorporating comp days. And so last year and this year, we did not incorporate the comp days into it. And we've leaned that into having very specific work days. And a big reason for the comp day piece is we have a lot of staff that are not contracted staff that are not guaranteed to work on those days. And so that's something that whenever we had those comp days, we had to be very mindful of how are we taking care of those folks as well. And we have a lot of feedback saying we would like more work days built in the calendar. And so this year and this calendar here are the first times that I can see in calendars other than in August where we have specifically called out these are work days. These are designed for teachers to have to get things done. Where in the past they were designated as PD days and they may have been turned into a work day, but we're trying to be very purposeful in designating very specifically. And there's the question that will come up, and this is one of the things that I want to make sure that I communicate effectively with staff next year, is in order for us to receive the PD waiver, which is this cushion of days that we work on here, right? Whenever we look at the minutes, sorry, right here. Okay, whenever we want to look at any kind of extra work, we have to have designated professional learning days after August PD and before the end of May, before the last day of classes. Or we cannot claim any of those days as a PD waiver, which the PD waiver, what that does is allows us to provide instructional development and count in lieu of instruction with students in the classroom. And so it gives us flexibility as a district, and that was part of the District of Innovation process whenever the state came out with that. And so I know I get a lot of questions about why do we have to have so many days built in through the year? So I wanted to be clear about that.
In DIC, you shared, I think it was a student said we should hold school from 10 to 2. I didn't see that on here.
Yeah, I didn't put the.
Might have been a teacher that listed that, but I'd be a lot of minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun comments that have nothing really to do with calendar, but they like to tell me stuff. I didn't include those tonight.
I motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Payne and a second by Ms. Simmon. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion will pass. And that is going to move us to item I1, which is a policy update. Ms. Goolsby.
Good evening. Mrs. Hester couldn't be here tonight, so I'm happy to present on her behalf. Good evening, Dr. Harkrider and Board of Trustees. I'm here to talk to you about the Update 126. These are standard updates that we receive from the Texas Association of School Boards, also known as TASB. And these are standard from legislative sessions. So we get these when there are updates at the state. We actually get these from our TASB representative, and these actually don't get adopted tonight. This is going to be for information only, and we're going to go through these. If you have any questions, if there are things that you would like to consider prior to February, this will go back before you in February to look at those local updates specifically. So when you look at some of these policy updates, when you look at legal, it's going to be informed by laws, statutes. It should inform local decision making, but it's not adopted. Like, these are already in place based on state law. And then when you look at local policy, which those are what we were going to highlight tonight, it's informed by legal policy, reflects the practices in the district, and it's changed by the board action. I will say that there were 150 updates with this policy adjustment. We are going to highlight only the local. So if there are things that you want more in depth, you do have that wording and those changes attached to your agenda. But again, please let me know if you want to make note, and we'll give you more information in February when you will have to take action. The first one really impact the board when you look at the updates and preparation of agendas. What changed on this one is that instead of 72 hours of the posting deadline, it's 3 days, 3 business days. 10-day deadline for submitting agenda items, and active roll call when you're voting. Board meetings and public participation. It revises the policy to ensure public comment occurs at the beginning of the board meetings. Contracted services. Contractors may not engage in or assign instructional activities. So as I move forward, I will go over the title, allow you to read through the narrative. Please stop me if you have any questions. The next one is going to be technology resources and the cybersecurity updates. one thing to note on the technology resource and the artificial intelligence. There's a new policy providing guidance on the use of AI in districts. And so it's requiring and related to training and implementation. College Station ISD is having preliminary conversations about what that looks like, what stakeholders need to be brought to the table to be able to inform, especially teachers at the campus level, community members. We also want to make sure that we have experts in the field from Texas A&M, from across the state. We want to make sure that as we're moving forward, we have all the stakeholders at the table. We have not set a timeline on that conversation because we want to make sure everyone is there. There's also a critical component from the cybersecurity piece, from the server piece. You know, when you put something in AI, is it going to be risk or a liability? So we have to make sure from the cyber piece, are we equipped to be able to take those next steps? Facilities and standards with safety and security, the facilities construction. There's also updates to the employment requirements and restrictions. You will have seen in the legislative session administrators that contract outside of the district with additional work. That goes before the board. So you have seen that in consent agenda prior to, but it's just to highlight that does go before you. Oh, sorry. Compensation and benefits with leaves and absences, term contracts, specifically regarding non-renewal, personnel management relations, meaning employee complaints and grievances. It's got an asterisk by that because you will be seeing that discussed with our DOI conversation in the next agenda item. We're recommending no change to the policy so that we can actually be exempt from that with the DOI. We'll go into depth with that. Employee standards of conduct, instructional arrangements, specifically lesson plans, a new policy addressing instructional plans, course syllabi, instructional resources and instructional materials, special ed with regards to video, audio monitoring. I know that C&I have had specific conversations internally about this and being able to plan accordingly. Academic achievement, the grading process reports to parents. Parent rights and responsibilities. This also goes with the adoption of Senate Bill 12. Attendance with regards to release time, wellness and health services, medical treatment, the student welfare, crisis intervention, student welfare, student safety, student welfare, child abuse, and neglect. And those are updated reporting timelines with that specific one. Again, another thing that you will see when we talk about DOI are student rights and responsibilities, the student parent complaints and grievance process. We're recommending no change and to retain our current policy and procedure. The next one, student discipline, public complaints, community relations with regards to conduct on school premises. And then one specific thing that I'd like to point your attention to is going to be DGA, this last bullet. This is where a board by March 1st has to be able to look at the legal of the state has passed something where you would put in a daily period of prayer. So the board will actually see this next month. And the action from the board is required by March 1st. So when you look at this, this would require obviously a daily period of prayer, but it also would require teachers and campuses to manage opt-in and opt-out lists for rosters within the classrooms. You know, currently we feel like we have a very fair and equitable system for student rights. So this will be, it's Senate Bill 11. You'll see lots of things around the news. School districts are opting out or not taking action. So you will see this specific bill in front of you.
There's currently a federal law that protects students and staff members' rights to pray, read whatever they would like to read during the school day as long as it doesn't interfere with the class. Senate Bill 11 is actually more restrictive because parents have to opt in for their child to participate. We would have to designate a prayer time, not during the instructional day, teachers have to monitor students. So if I've got a teacher in a classroom of 25 kids and I have 5 kids that have opted in and 20 that haven't, the 20 that haven't opted in cannot participate in that classroom. And so you can tell the nightmare of us trying to figure out how to make that process works. And in our opinion, we'll send you some more information. This is currently a federal law that protects the rights to do that now. It doesn't have to be a designated time, and there's not an opt-in period. So Senate Bill 11 is actually more restrictive than the current federal law.
So at this time, it is an information item. If you would like to give us any considerations, any thought processes as we move forward, Mrs. Hester or myself will be bringing this to you in February.
Thank you for basically taking, it was, I think, 86 pages is the policies that we'll be looking at to change parts of and condensing that for us tonight. We appreciate that.
Well, it was a team effort. Mrs. Hester, I'm sure you're listening. Mrs. Hester and Mr. Dunson did an outstanding job, and so it's always a team effort.
Okay. But I don't want to gloss over it. Do we have any questions that you'd like to ask Ms. Goolsby? Okay, great. Thank you so much. But I think you're up next too for I-1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to move on to discussion and possible approval of recommended amendments to the District of Innovation Plan.
So we have several amendments, 3 amendments specifically, to the District of Innovation Plan. In 2015, public schools got the ability and the flexibility to be exempt from certain state mandates. There are currently 900 individual school districts that have an adopted plan. In 2017, we actually passed a resolution here in this district to become a District of Innovation. And then we have a 5-year plan from March 8th of 22 to March 8th of 27. We will work under the District of Innovation Plan that you see in front of you. And at any point in time during that time period, administration, DEIC, and the Board of Trustees can consider amendments to our DOI, and that's why we're here tonight. December 10th, DEIC unanimously approved the following amendments for board consideration. The 3 that we're really going to highlight as we move forward is going to be your transfer student policy, grievance policy, and the depository contract that Mrs. Wilson actually talked about in workshop. When we look at our student transfer policy, Texas Education Code authorizes school districts to admit non-residents. The biggest part of this provision, it does not, and it restricts districts currently, the ability to revoke a mid-year transfer. So we would like to continue accepting transfers under this state law. However, we would like the option to revoke if the student fails to meet district expectations. And this actually gives us the ability to protect instructional quality, campus safety, and the effective use of district resources. Students who do not meet expectation, obviously we'll go through the eligibility part of chronic attendance issues, disciplinary concerns, and failure to make reasonable academic progress. Currently, our local guidelines, they're approved each year. Annual applications are required pursuant to board policy. Again, it may be revoked during the school year based on established criteria. Consistently failing to meet district academic attendance and behavioral expectations. Obviously, those eligibility requirements are very important to our district and the integrity of that. So this will give us the option to revoke a transfer if they do not meet the following eligibility requirements. Maintaining 85% average in all core subjects, demonstrate strong attendance with a minimum of 90% attendance rate, no more than 3 minor disciplinary referrals, and have no major infractions such as DAEP.
And who would be, what's the process going to be for making that decision? Like, who is that at the campus level? Is that central office? Who's deciding that that child has not done what they need to do to stay here? What's that look like?
Transfer committee. That would make that recommendation.
And is that a committee that already exists?
Yes.
And who is on that?
It's Ms. Hester.
Mr. Mann,
Yeah.
Ms. Cooper, and Ms. Grande.
Principals, the campus would be involved in submitting the documentation.
So, Dr. Harkrider, so the principal would initiate the paperwork and request to the district level committee for consideration? Is that the process? Thank you.
The next one's-
Arlie, hang on just a second.
Yes, sir.
Sarah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
One of the things that we'll work with principals on too is consistent communication. If there's becoming an issue with the child, I don't want the parent surprised that all of a sudden, hey, we're revoking the transfer without prior communication. So just make sure we're communicating with them. And then when it gets to a point, then they submit the documentation.
Right, surprise, it's only at Christmas. I get it. I just want to make sure that campus administration has, a part of that process, because
Yeah,
they're
they
going
will
to be
drive-
the ones.
Campus administrators will drive the whole
Okay,
situation.
thank you.
Just as a follow-up, is your expectation that it would be unusual for the committee to overrule a campus administrator who feels like a child
Yeah,
needs
the
to?
only issue of that happening would be insufficient evidence.
Right, but generally, if they provide the evidence, the committee is just there to check the
We will
box and
we would
agree.
support the administrator 100% of the time.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
And just one other question, or I guess confirmation. The parents know all this and have to sign up for all this before, they would transfer into our,
Yes, ma'am.
course.
Sometimes the memories become foggy though, so the reminders will help.
so I like the reminder if, as problems start to occur.
Now, there's no reminder if there was a major infraction of DAP. There's nothing to remind about on something serious.
Yeah, I think the key is established criteria. Like, we're not changing the yard line or something, but going into it, we know what's expected, so.
The next policy would be our grievance policy. Senate Bill 12 really provides some differing procedures and steps than we are currently under. So we would like to be able to retain our current grievance policy and procedures and steps as opposed to what the state passed under Senate Bill 12. We feel like it's more timely for our constituents. If parents have frustrations at the campus level, that timeline actually can delay them getting resolve or a remedy. It also can delay the fact that when you're collecting evidence at the lowest level, meaning the campus, as far as when you look at escalating a grievance, when you're collecting evidence and data, it could become very stale very quickly. What people remember, if you don't have it on camera, it's also another thing with our systems, security systems. We have to consider all of those things. It also, Senate Bill 12 allows the board to have a subset of board members hear a level 3. Currently, all board members hear level 3. We have received feedback at level 3s that they appreciate the fact that all board members are involved. To having a subset, that would go against some of the feedback that we have received during that level 3. So we feel like the grievance policy that we have in place works very well, and it really emphasizes that resolution and accountability from that piece and from that standpoint.
I know one of the differences was on the timeline, as you mentioned, and as you said, we want things to be resolved hopefully as quickly as possible and at the lowest level as possible. Can you confirm, when does the clock though start on our grievance policy, or the time for somebody to make a grievance? Is it when the incident occurred, or are they allowed to go through some resolution efforts at that lowest level, and then if that fails,
So
then
typically within 15 days of when it occurred.
When it occurred.
Yes, ma'am. And so, but we take into consideration any call to central office, any call to the campus. The principals are phenomenal with trying to resolve and be able to work with parents. If it does get to a grievance level, you know, there are considerations that we take in. We've given our families multiple times when they have missed the deadline. We've had considerations when things come up. We don't want to just say no. We know that these are the timelines, and yes, we want to stick to them because those are the policy, and we have to be able to be efficient and follow those procedures. But we always want to be able to hear frustrations. We want to hear feedback. We want to be able to resolve things from our families because that's why we're here. So because we have a grievance policy and for standard practices, we do follow those guidelines. But there's never an opportunity to not come to the table. There's always an opportunity for people to come to us and find an outlet. We're going to give access to families and to anyone at central office. We work well with the campus, and they're phenomenal at urgency. You know, when you have a grievance or when you have a frustration or a fear from our families, our campuses are phenomenal on making sure that's a sense of urgency. So I hope that helps.
It does. I appreciate that because I mean, if a good faith effort is going on
Yes,
both
ma'am.
parts,
It is.
on both parties, then you know, and that is not resolved, and maybe that takes 16, 17 days. We have some flexibility to be able to still hear those grievances.
Yes, ma'am. Typically, historically, in the last 2 years, we have not seen any within that 16, 17-day range. It's usually 30 to 60, or it happened in April and we get it in the summer. That's difficult to be able to exhaust. It doesn't mean we don't look into it. You know, it does not mean that we don't investigate it. It doesn't mean that we don't contact campuses trying to figure out, okay, talk to me, what happened. We collaborate on it. We stay connected to the families as best we can. And then you heard from Mrs. Wilson. She did a phenomenal job as to why we would want to add this as an amendment to our District of Innovation. It was the depository contracts. It would better align and allow us to be more fiscally responsible for the district.
Any other questions from the board?
Just a comment or two. First,
Please.
thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
I think when we had detailed information like this, that we're able to process, see the steps, exactly what we're asking to be taking action on, it helps tremendously. So thank you for the thorough presentation.
Yes, sir.
I voted against 2 of these 3 amendments in November, and I think I went on record that I was not against the amendments, but more a question about the process of which they reached the board. Thank you, because you noted that in the presentation where DEIC approved these items in December. I just think that protects the district in case someone challenges these amendments or one of the processes later on. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
With those comments, I'm more than happy to make a recommendation to approve as presented.
I would like to update the board on a couple of things that we are going to look into, you know, based on, you know, previous conversations about DEIC. And a couple of things that we kind of looked at when we got into the plans for the alignment. This is not an amendment, but this is something that we found when we're digging into our DOI and making sure that all the plans are aligned. For example, this next step is we're going to put this DOI in front of Commissioner Morath. But part of that is really looking at our current language. And part of the current language in a few of our items, we really feel like need to go to DEIC. It doesn't have to be an amendment, but we have to get their feedback on some of the items. So if you'll focus on the local guidelines, this is about planning and preparation time. Each classroom teacher is entitled to at least 450 minutes within each 2-week period of instructional preparation. This is about conference time and that prep time. So within our DOI that we adopted, it gives the flexibility in planning and preparation, and it also gives us the flexibility within the instructional planning allotments. So when we were digging into finding the procedures that align with this part that really communicates what this looks like, we realized that we don't actually have the procedures in place. And we would like to be able to have this conversation with our DEIC because they are the representation of our campuses, because it does talk about, would allow for innovative scheduling for things such as PLCs. So currently, we want to make sure that not only does our DOI align with policy, but we also have the procedures in place that look at that and explain that, if that makes sense.
So to be clear, we've just talked about 3 amendments that we are
Correct.
about to potentially take action on. You're telling us that this is another part of our DOI that you guys are gonna go to DEIC with and
Which
discuss.
it's not an amendment, it would just be getting their feedback. So the 3 amendments that I just talked about, those are gonna be what you approve to go and update our DOI. But we wanted to be able to give you a level of transparency and a level of communication that as we're going into some of the current existing caveats, that we don't have the procedures. That does not have to be approved. It does not compromise what our DOI is, but it does, we need to provide clarity to what those procedures look like. What does it look like and what are those standards and that feedback for flexible planning and prep time? Because we have gotten feedback about conference times, the concern for conference times. Well, this gives you flexibility to really kind of have an innovative schedule. So these next few is just to be able to be upfront that we currently do not have parameters or procedures in place for the sections of this DOI. So it does not impact the amendments tonight. It does not impact our submission to the commissioner. It does impact how we move forward, gaining insight from DEIC, making sure that they're aware, the DEIC plans change. We don't want to make these in isolation. And so we want to be able to really listen to teachers, our campus, and a collective, collaborative as we go through and create the parameters, procedures for these, if that makes sense.
I'm hearing that there could be some positive conversations coming up.
Absolutely.
That'll be beneficial to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's us going back because we're a new administration team. This is something that we found, and I feel like it's important for us to be able to move forward in a collaborative way and model that.
So in your opinion, what is that? The DEIC has how many teachers total on it?
Thinking out loud, every campus has a rep, plus we have at-large. Plus we have at-large and we have campus administrators as well. And then we also have 2 community members, 2 business members, and 2 parents. And the only voting members are those folks. None of the district staff are allowed to vote. The total committee is at 56 if you include all the district staff that are just in the room. We're a resource to the voting committee members. So I believe off the top of my head, the voting numbers are about 28.
So 3 to 4% of total teachers, something like that?
Yes, so typically when you look at the DEIC, that's the collective, that's the immediate planning partners that we have access to. This is not going to be a robust, cumbersome process when you talk about the level of expertise that we can get feedback from. And I think it's just guidelines, general guidelines that we can take. These are not parameters that we want to be able to write and make this to where it's the actual opposite of what DEI is doing for us. But we'd be remiss if we did not create the procedures that we're currently committed to, so.
So these are in there. There's just no detail how we're going to do them.
Yes, ma'am.
And we do, DEIC reports out to all of the teachers. And I'm just anecdotally, I've had a couple of teachers comment to me over time, like, oh, I saw that in the DEIC, report, right?
Well, and part of the responsibility of the committee members is we can send them to gather campus feedback. That's part of the process of having the committee, because you obviously cannot have a committee of 110 people, right? So they are voted upon by their staff. They have an election and they are on for 3-year terms. And so they are picked to represent them by the teachers themselves. Only the teachers are allowed to vote for their representative. And so however we need to gather feedback is what we do through the committee.
So, Ms. Iggy, I just, we're taking action on amendments to the DOI.
Yes.
And there's a motion on the table, and we are now having conversation
We
me.
probably got a little bit out of order here because Mr. Martinell did make a motion to approve the amendments, and we should have worked on that first before we.
I was wondering if that, because I could hear Josh Bed in the back of my head. Was that a motion? As you said, I would love to. I was just trying to.
I
Waiting.
was
I
a
was
indeed
little
a
bit
not-
motion,
motion,
Dr.
Payne. I'll make motion, we approve the DOI amendments as presented.
Second.
All right, we do have a motion by Mr. Martindale and a second by Dr. Payne. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion is going to pass 7-0, and we appreciate your
No, my
information and
apologies.
transparency
No,
on all of that.
absolutely
So-
not. My apologies if I caused a confusion. I will defer to the board next time there is a motion made. I appreciate that. The next update's the same thing. When you look at the student-teacher ratio language in the current DOI, we've got to develop local policy establishing parameters with regards to student-teacher ratio. Because currently, we are exempt from that mandate, and we do not have to submit a waiver when you talk about student-teacher ratios. So that is something that we need to be able to thoughtfully look through and communicate and collaborate with our DEIC and our campuses.
Can we receive an update at a future meeting about how these conversations went
Absolutely.
and how exactly they were framed up?
Absolutely.
Very
Yeah.
good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the teachers, the amount of time teachers get to plan versus have other responsibilities in the day feels like probably something a lot of teachers care deeply about. And whatever would be the most effective way to get the most stakeholder feedback on that, I think would be prudent of us, because that does seem to be something that comes up very often for teachers that I talked to the last few years, that time matters. And when it's filled with things that are less valuable to them, that can be a point of frustration pretty quickly. So if they all are game for it, they're the bosses, or they certainly know more about it than me, I should say. But I would love for more teacher feedback on that than less.
What I'm hearing is our district's going to move forward in working on how we're going to put those into place, so.
Yes, these decisions will not be made in isolation.
Okay.
And then the last one, we need to be able to establish parameters for the notice of class size. A campus or a district is granted an exception and shall provide written notice of an exception. We actually have flexibility in this area, and it allows the district to determine the appropriateness of a parent notification as innovative class structures are explored and potentially put into place. So we need to be able to really have some strategic conversations around that as well, because I know we've received feedback, just making sure that that's a committed process for us as well.
All right, appreciate that.
The last slide is going to be next steps. So the board is approved. We will submit this to TEA no later than the 15th day of the board adoptions. We will update and maintain district websites for accessibility purposes. We will update or local policy. We will present the following section to DEIC for review. We'll create parameters for the implementation of prep planning time, student-teacher ratios, and class size, which are current provisions inside of our District of Innovation plan, and we will continue compliance of administrative rules and processes. Is there any other feedback that you'd like to give us as a team prior to, other than definitely going to involve teachers in the stakeholder conversation, being able to provide the parameters in which that's presented for sure. Any other feedback from the board?
I think I just appreciate that you guys are going through things, and as you're finding things that we need to work on, that's what we're going to tackle. So
Absolutely, one
appreciate
step
that.
at a time.
Thank you, Ms. Goolsby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next item we're going to move to is item K1. Consider approval authorizing final negotiations for the construction manager at risk for the CSISD Central Office Project. Mr. Buckner.
All right, good evening. So during the November workshop, it was determined to utilize a construction manager at risk, or CMAR procurement process for the new central office project, which also includes the renovation of these two buildings to house a couple of departments that will remain here, as well as moving over DAP to this location as well. So CMAR is a very beneficial project for large-scale construction projects. It helps us with budgets, because we can bring us a construction manager in very early in the design process and get feedback during the process with multiple budget meetings and everything else as we go through different percentage milestones, so that we know that we are tracking on budget, or do we need to start looking at making some decisions on the design of the building to bring it within budget. So far in the projects we've had, we've been very successful with this method, and we've had just about every single one of our projects come in under budget. With that being said, after that November meeting, we released our RFP, request for proposals, pretty quickly. And in December, we opened those proposals from various contractors. We did have responses from multiple entities. And after that, we reviewed those and scored those. And tonight, that's what we are bringing to y'all tonight, is the recommendation from those as the best value construction manager at risk for this project as Pogue Construction. And if you remember, Pogue Construction is currently our construction manager for the CTE Phase 2 project. That project has been very successful to this point, and we don't see any reason why it won't remain that way. And that project does have a completion of July of 2026. So with that, this the team they propose is the same team that we have on the CT project, and they will just roll straight from the location off Dowling Road to the location off of Sebesta Road for this project. We're looking at kind of a timetable of this one is August of 26 would be a GMP approval, which is a guaranteed maximum price for the project, with construction starting immediately after that. And then that would be then December of 27, completion of the central office project. And then as soon as that project is complete and departments are moved into the new location, renovation would start here for the school year starting in August of 28. So it'll be a quick project, but this would authorize Dr. Harkrider to negotiate the contract with the CMAR, with the construction manager at risk of Pogue Construction.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Payne and a second by Ms. Simmons. Do we have any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the timeline. So just to be clear, we're approving negotiations, but we're not actually approving the construction. There's still time to back out at some point. Is that correct?
Correct. This is approving the Pogue Construction as the contractor for this project. We will not have a price on this project until August of 2026.
And by August of 2026, we feel confident that we'll know things like expected annual operating budget, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Right now, we just know we have a estimate on what the square footage is going to be for this. We have a layout of the building, we're in the schematic design phase still.
Right.
So we know the layout of the building. We have spent probably 45 minutes discussing the how we're going to run the HVAC in that building. We don't know those systems yet. We're still like very early in this process, which is why it's beneficial for CMAR having, for this process, having POG in early so we get them at the very beginning stages versus, and get the full benefit of this. But there is, part of their proposal is a pre-construction fee, and that if we do choose to back out during this, we just pay the pre-construction fee that they proposed.
Great. That feels like it'll be valuable. Do we know what the approximate value of the real estate is of that land that we would be taking offline?
It's, my understanding is it's been offline for quite a few years since
Well,
we purchased it.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it still has value regardless, like, that would have to be
Value if we were to sell it. or
factored,
something like
yeah,
that.
or you had to
Value of
buy
land.
equivalent land in the future for another project, something like that. We can get it later. I'm just curious if anybody happens to know what that, I know the bond is 30-ish million, is that right? Is the 31 million, something like that?
That's the
But I want to
total
make
project
sure we're
budget.
adding in the land value, because that's obviously the total cost of the project.
5 million marked in the original proposition to purchase land.
Or land.
You would not have to.
Got it. Thank you.
You know, I brought up some concerns when we first talked about this in November, and I also asked for some additional information, and I appreciate getting some of that, kind of along the same lines, I think, there of when do we have to commit our $31 million of our bond money, and my concern is still the same. It's not really that bond money, because yes, we had it in the bond committee and it went out to our voters for approval, but that was that was 3 years ago. And I think at that point, we were looking at a nice steady growth in enrollment. We were and that has not happened. And I'm concerned more with the maintenance and operating costs going forward. So part of my question was to be able to estimate that a lot better. Some of it being, the utilities and such on a 66,000 square foot building, but then also some of the needed personnel. And I, again, appreciate Mr. Simek putting some of this together. Because in those same 3 years, our enrollment numbers have dropped over 400 students. And tell us exactly how much money that is, but that's part of where our budget constraints right now. That's well over $4 million of less money that we have in our operating budget for those students. And to add to our annual operating expenses for something that I'm not arguing it's not necessarily needed, but it's not classrooms. It's not directly there with the students. I am struggling with moving forward, spending that money. And in fact, I had an example that I saw just by chance yesterday of a district north of Austin who has built 2 schools from a bond at the same time period. They are under construction, planned to be opened in August of 2026, and they're asking their board, do we open none of those or maybe one of them because of the operating cost associated? So that's my concern at this point, and really understanding when we have to commit that money and how much it's going to cost moving forward.
I do. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because I do think that it's important to look at the financial well-being of the district. That's one of the things that we as trustees should be oversight on. I also had a chance to be a part of the bond committees in both 21 and 23 before I was on this board. In 21, it was a smaller bond package, and the committee pressed back. There was some request for money to renovate this building here, and the committee said, no, it's not time for that yet. We're putting together a smaller package, and this needs to be all on students. 23, we came back together, and the district was much more in a place where they wanted to put together a comprehensive package that was going to take care of the needs of this district for a long time. And I don't remember hearing anyone around me in that committee pressing back on the idea of finally taking care of the administrative staff in this building at that time. So I struggle a little bit with the idea of we're going to do all the projects that we said we were going to do in that bond package, except for this one. I understand the concern about operating costs, but we're not talking about the operating cost of like a school, which is a whole lot different because of all the staff that you have to have. I've been asking some questions about just in general what that might look like from an operating cost perspective. And I know we can't give any exact numbers because we're not there yet. So I just have to voice my strong feeling that we looked at 3 years ago what the needs of our district were going to be. We toured this building. We saw what the staff here is doing to make this work. We may be down some students, but our support staff here still has a need of being able to have the space that they need, getting DAEP out of College View High School. There's a whole lot of benefits to the district. Conference space. I mean, we could go on and on because I've asked a lot of questions about this. So I know that's not really the whole discussion we're going to have here tonight, but I just need to speak out and say that I feel that the flip side of it is that we went out to the community and said, this is what we want to do to set our district up for years in the future. And I would have a little bit of an issue with us then saying, okay, we're just going to not do this one piece of it unless there's a really compelling reason to do that.
I'm the same. I was on the 23 bond committee, and I get the money component because I do think we're supposed to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. But I think it'd be short-sighted for us to say, just because our enrollment's down, that the need doesn't outweigh what we need to do here. Because I would argue that this building does help have better outcomes for our students. It provides meeting space to collaborate. Yeah, it is going to be offices, but I do think reconfiguring this building too to serve Head Start better, DAEP. I get it, but I also would feel really bad having gone out and campaigned for the bond and then we don't deliver on what we've asked the voters who've already approved this building. But the money component is a big part of it, but I still feel like this need is here and it's not going to go away just because our enrollment has gone down.
In 2023, when we were talking about the bond, I wasn't around these conversations. Did we expect to be at a deficit budget 2 years later? Because the last 3 months, it seems like we've been surprised we're at a deficit budget.
I believe we were at a deficit budget at the time.
I think we're at a
I
deficit
was not on
budget
the
most
board,
every year
so
that we
I'm
pass it.
careful, but.
And then it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, so I guess I think the challenge that I'm trying to balance in my own head is we're innovating to bring in new students into the district at the charge of we need money, and then potentially turning around and spending operational money.
These are totally different funds.
They're not.
Bond money is totally different.
Builds a building.
Right.
Doesn't pay the bills once you've opened the building unless it's going to be empty.
But the bond was passed for the facility.
Totally
Right.
agree.
Can't use that for O&M.
100%. But once the
Dr. Payne,
building
I'm
is,
questioning the operating cost moving forward
Yeah,
after it's built.
once the building is
including
built.
Utilities and potential personnel.
But we also have maintenance of this facility as well, and
we
the
would
constant upkeep.
And we would still have maintenance of this facility because it would still be here.
Right.
My issue is we literally 2 months ago are finding innovative ways to bring in new revenue, potentially at the cost of our current 14,000 students, which we don't know, and then adding unknown operational costs just feels like something we should at least be mindful of. It certainly doesn't negate that the bond was passed, but sunk fallacy cost is a real thing. And if it doesn't now make sense for our district to build a new building because those dollars could be used somewhere else, like on the teacher salaries that are still 10% behind state average from the last taper report, then I think it's at least worth a discussion. I think the biggest concern I have, to be honest, is the more time we put into, I guess I just want to go on the record to say, the more time we put into these guys working super hard with the architects, it seems like there's a risk that we get to August and then it's like, well, we better do this because we've already made a big investment in all of the time put into it. And so I just want to go on record, I guess, to say, like, I don't want to be rushed in August to make a decision based on data that we've collected for 4 months when we're saying now that it would be helpful to have that data before we make that final decision. So that's the stake in the ground that I would like to put, at least. I don't feel like we know enough to make that decision. Me personally.
There's also another thing I want to mention. Right now, we're paying for meeting spaces, places for people to meet. And you talk about wanting to keep people happy and not losing staff. When you have staff officing in closets and doubled up, tripled up in offices, there's a component to that too of keeping these guys that are running the district behind the scenes happy. And I guess they just said that, I get where you don't want to be surprised with data in August, but they said as soon as they have the information, they'll get it to us and we'll have plenty of time to review it before.
I also think too, the trainings that we have here, most of the teachers and admin, there's not enough parking. I mean, there's a lot of issues. It's not just.
This building is not servicing a district of our size anymore.
And for many, many years, we've made do with central office having less, with the bonds, with spacing. I mean, it's been ongoing where central office gets updated, impacted, least, and last.
And I think all that's true. And there's that part of me. I know the folks who work hard in this building deserve, some better facilities. But I also know we're making a lot of sacrifices in other places with our teachers in classrooms and campuses. And the other thing is we have capacity in some of those elementary schools. We know that when we looked at the rezoning. We could put a conference room or a training room at an elementary and repurpose some space there if we really needed to be creative. When we're talking about the reason we are able to survive a few more years with deficit budgets is because we had to change our fiscal year to try to get more in our fund balance. We really have to be creative, I think. And we even sat down, one of our budget priorities is to, focus on academic quality first and also make informed difficult decisions if needed, and that's where I'm.
Just to clarify, we did not change the budget year to get more money in fund balance. That was not the goal. That's like an accounting flip-flop. The goal of it was to align July 1st with how we run the school district and budgeting and being able to have supplies and everything ready to go when kids got to school.
Well, we go
versus the September 1.
Meeting, it was a very added benefit to be able to have that additional money in our fund balance.
So what I'm hearing, I think, is that if we move forward with this, we will be able to get some additional information as time goes on. Before August, we'll be able to get some of these numbers and data that we're asking for.
Getting Paul going in this process now helps us get to that place sooner, but I will tell you, Mr. Field, you asked a question about the market value of that land. Looking at Brazos Cat, it calls it $1.8 million for that piece of property off of Sebesta Road. I knew you had this question, Ms. McAdams, so I worked with Ms. Wilson, and we were crunching some numbers over the weekend and looking at some things yesterday. We're looking at 65,000 square feet with this new, potentially this new central office building. The closest thing that we have in comparison to that would be College View is 55,000 square feet. And we budget about $65,000 for utilities and gas bills throughout. Now, that's an 11-year-old building. This one's obviously going to have different energy code. This one's not going to have a kitchen with as much gas being used because we're not going to be cooking on the daily for lunches and things of that nature. So ballpark that what you will, but if you were just looking for a number right now, but 55,000 square feet at College View, it's $65,000 a year is what we budget for that, for utilities and gas.
And when we get the numbers in for the building, we would bring the numbers to you guys in a workshop a month prior to us asking you guys to take action. That way you've seen the numbers, ask any questions. We got 30 days to accumulate any more information that you may need.
You said August is when you would anticipate a GMP for this project?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tonight we're simply considering construction manager at risk so they can be a part of the planning process. We're not approving a budget or approval of construction, simply the planning process, which it is smart to have them in on the front end. It will help you manage the budget and see things in design that will help control the budget. I think over that time till August, I hear people asking for data on projected costs and everything else. So I think if administration is diligent in providing board with data along the way, then hopefully come August, that folks will feel like they have the information needed to make a decision one way or the other on whatever GMP is proposed at that time. So we're debating two different things at this point in time. All we're doing tonight is considering the construction manager at risk, and just make sure that the information that board members request associated with this project is, when you have firm data, to get it to us, please. And I know Melissa at BLK will play a huge role in some of those
Absolutely.
projected information. Is Melissa here?
She is.
Hi, how are you doing? So as long as we get that information along the way, then hopefully it will help with decision-making in August. Until we have that, we're debating, we don't
It's already
we
been.
don't know what we're debating.
It's already been instructed to the MEP
Okay.
engineers as well as that we're needing this information. I am hopeful probably around late May, June, we should be able to start getting into that with where we are for projected utility costs. And then also working with utility on what they're looking at for future rates as well. So, but no, we will get that information to you as soon as it's available to us.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that comment, Mr. Martindale, because part of my question too was that it was on the timeline, and when are we committing, how much money along the way, and when can we make a decision to decide it's not the right time for this building and investing that extra operating cost.
I
So
would say we have until we bring the GMP to the board for approval. We have
we're
that
spending
much
a
time.
little money by doing this because we're asking them to do some work, but
There would be,
yeah, small compared to the whole project.
yes.
So considering that on the table, we have a motion by Dr. Payne and a second by Ms. Simmons. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Buckner and Mr. Simek. That's going to move us to item L1, executive session. The board will meet in executive session to discuss superintendent mid-year review. That executive session deliberations will be held pursuant to personnel matters, closed meeting, exception to the Texas Open Meetings Act. All right, we are back from executive session at 9:55 and we're going to adjourn.